there's a family history of these issues.
It was mentioned.
Good.
Yeah, furry
yeah,
porn is
yeah.
completely
I'm
legal.
never letting
Yeah.
them live that down from
No,
3
you
years
shouldn't.
ago.
No, you shouldn't.
Always
You
keep that
absolutely
in the
should.
back pocket.
But yeah,
Discord.
that was that. But you know, I didn't do too much today, so I don't have all that many stories. Thank God, no one called in doing April Fool's shit. Oh, I do have one little story though before we start. Little tiny retard story, right? So we had a guy who opened up an email, downloaded the attachment.
Oh my god.
Tried to open the attachment, signed into the attachment.
Oh, here we go.
Still's not opening. Proceeds to send it to multiple coworkers and tell them to open up the attachment and sign into it to tell them what's in it because it's important.
No.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
He didn't. Oh no.
Yeah. Security was not happy with him.
Really? You think?
Yeah.
I
Well,
wonder why that might be.
Right?
honestly, at this point,
Just,
I kind of view it as like natural selection, you know? Where like
yeah.
all of the owners of businesses who don't understand OPSEC just collapse their business.
Yeah, no shit.
Cause like we try so hard. We try so hard to keep these people afloat, but it's like they're so fucking stupid.
Well,
It's like
they
no,
do
at no
pay the
point.
bills.
Yeah, I'm aware, which is why we keep helping them. But it's just like they at no point did like any sort of common sense kick in.
No.
Like
Because for these people, it's not common, Sneaky.
well, no, it's not even that though. But it's just like no, but it's called common sense not because it's common, but because it should be. Because it's not even needing to understand how computers work. It's basic interaction. You know, you don't know me. I walk up to you. Hey, you owe me $100. What? No, I don't. Yeah, you do. I have a receipt here saying you owe me $100. What? No, I don't.
I'll pay it.
Let me see that receipt. Yeah, that's a fake receipt. I don't even know what beers are. And then you walk away. Apparently, that basic common sense of some random fucking person coming up to you saying you owe them money just disconnects immediately. Your fucking brain just drives off the cliff of thinking. The second you get behind a computer, and now there's no connection there. There's no connection forming there of random person on the internet approached me. Oh, that means they're legitimate. Who would ever lie on the internet?
I should totally trust this.
I have no... Listen, man. I don't know what to tell you. People are just that dumb. Like, today, I got an order confirmation from a vendor that I had never heard of. And it was a fucking Gmail. Came from a Gmail.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
So you know what I did? I went to my system, and I looked up, does this vendor exist in my system?
Sure.
They do.
Fair.
We recently placed a purchase order with them. Hey, look at that, we have. All right, I'll open this.
Fair.
I mean, the final step is call them and be like, hey, did you send me a Gmail?
Call them specifically
no,
from the number in your
contact information. Sorry, I did skip that. The contact information we had listed under them was in fact a Gmail.
Ah, okay.
Sure, but
yeah,
I mean,
that's fair.
Still, calling to confirm is always important because spoofing is the thing that exists, and even now, Microsoft still can't stop spoofing.
Yeah.
True.
So, you know, it's a thing. I mean, typically people that spoof are targeting low IQ people. So their attempts at making you transfer shit aren't going to be very good.
Yes, it's
Because
phishing.
You don't really use spoofing for phishing. Like, so what typically you use spoofing for is two groups of people. You're targeting really stupid people who aren't going to question an email coming from someone like, oh, the CEO's sending me an email, I should just do it. You have that group of people.
The CEO told me I need to get 100 gift cards, so I'm gonna do that.
No.
Yeah. There was a case we had where one lady fell for it. And the CEO that sent her the email was fucking sitting across from her. And she at no point in time was like, I should ask him why we're getting all these gift cards. Nope. No, she just got up and was like, okay, I'm gonna head out now. He's like, oh, okay. And she just went and bought a shit ton of fucking $39,000.
What?
Yep.
I'm sorry, how much?
$39,000.
For gift cards.
Uh-huh.
And at no point they didn't go,
Nope. Nope.
why would a business
No
require
connection.
me to get it in gift cards?
Why would the business require me to personally pay for it in gift cards? Yeah.
Oh god. Oh
Yeah.
god. So we used to
but
have. Sorry, go ahead.
basically, it's the other group that you target. This is a lot harder to figure out. This is the actual phishing attempt. Is where you disguise yourself as like someone that you think is from accounting or something, and you go something like, "Hey, blank, I lost the customer list for this month. Can you send me the list?" And the customer list in this case is like a list of people who've recently done transactions with you with like outstanding payments or something. And like that's not super helpful to the person in the first step. But what they do is they then take that list, call the other companies on that list, and go, "Hey, I'm blank from blank company. You guys owe us $39,000. Our payment method has changed recently due to a bank error. Can you send it to this location instead?"
Yeah.
And most people go, "Oh, from blank company. Oh, we do owe you $39,000. Yeah, sure."
Well, and it's not just that, right? Because that kind of thing is, it happens.
Yeah, it
right?
happens. That's the problem. Is it happens? It's actually real. Yeah. Which is why I don't blame people for falling for that too much. But when it's like, I've seen people fall for some of the dumbest shit in existence. I've told this before, but the CEO of one of the companies we help got an email that was total gibberish. Like the fucking entire email was total gibberish, except for this giant blue button in the middle of the email that said, "Click here to open file," and like the title of the email was "Very important payment information, large purchase now."
No.
And the entire fucking thing is just so funny because he tries to open it, but our security systems block him.
Good.
And he gets really mad, and he starts sending it around the office to try and get everyone to open it, and no one can open it because our security system is blocking him. And he calls us up and he's like, "Turn off your security systems, it's blocking a very important purchase."
Nope.
And we're like, what the fuck are you talking about? And we look at what it's blocking at the email, and our security team just sends him an email back that functionally says, I'm going to abridge it, but it boiled down to, are you functionally retarded? We are never going to unblock this. This is literally the most scammy scam I have ever witnessed in my entire life. You have to be brain dead to have fallen for this. Please quit your job.
Woo! Okay. Based.
And then we later find out from down the grapevine, because people like to tell me things, is that he thought the person in the email was trying to buy out the company from him, and he's been looking to get bought out for a while.
So he thought that was a payday for him.
Yeah, he thought it was a payday for him, and he was desperate to cash in.
Sucks to suck.
Dude's functionally retarded. Yeah. Anyway.
That's probably why he's looking to sell before everything collapses.
Yeah.
Maybe. Anyway, it's time to switch to the wheel, gentlemen, because this is April Fool's. Now, normally on April Fool's, I try to tell you truths, and then reveal it is all a jest, a jape, a tomfoolery. Instead, since that's basically every day on this fucking podcast, we're going to just do everyday normal things on this podcast, except, I'm going to tilt the wheel in my favor, and we're reading Fate.
Okay.
Oh, you sure it's not gonna be Ruby?
Yeah, no, it's just funnier if we do Fate.
Okay.
Because we all hate Fate. It's the worst.
The fanfictions typically are the worst.
Yeah, the fanfics are pretty bad.
Yeah, I
there are a few
immensely enjoy
standouts.
several aspects of Fate. I
know.
avoid the fanfic.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's really stupid that they have a Fate Grand Order section on this website, but they also have a Fate Grand Order world filter for Fate Stay Night.
Mm-hmm.
Comedy fanfics? No, you don't want us to read comedy fanfics, LeMay.
So you do not want that.
No.
Honestly,
spoiler alert.
It's not.
They're not.
They're not.
No, they're rarely is a comedy fanfic actually funny.
We queued up comedy fanfics in the past, and we went through an entire 3 hours of trying to read comedy fanfics to find a single funny joke, and we couldn't find a single funny thing in the entire 3 hours.
They don't exist.
See, to write a comedy fanfic, step one is having a sense of humor, which most fanfic authors don't have.
Challenge impossible.
Yeah. Oh, God. All right. English! What
I mean,
the
to
fuck
be
is
fair,
that?
I will fully admit, writing comedy is difficult.
I personally, I prefer it when the comedy is incidental, not the
Focus.
pursuit.
Yes, obviously, of course. It's better if it comes up naturally.
Yeah. I mean, there's tons of moments where, like, fucking with Gray and, when we're doing Taylor and, Tanya, where we're just like, oh, this would be the funniest shit ever if this happened. We're like, we're not trying to sit there and write a comedy story, but it's like, oh, we have a moment, we can. It'd be funny if we did it.
It'd be hilarious if we did this. Typically, it is correct.
Love is War humor versus Warhammer humor. I can't respond to that because I've never actually read any official Warhammer books, and I've never watched Love is War. Both can be done well, but it's fan fiction. Doesn't give me enough context clues to understand what you're talking about. I'm assuming one's dark humor, and the other one is like slice of life humor. Gotta give you something to work with, Isley.
Probably.
Anyway, so, I mean, this is a good sign. The first story of the night is going to be called Fate Hollow Edge by an author called Flaming Hot Garbage.
Wait,
Well, at least he's honest.
hold up.
Yeah.
Really?
Mhm.
Have we run into this one before? Because I feel like that's a author name that would have absolutely come up here before.
I feel like we might have.
I'm getting so sick of these fucking bots.
Bot review.
Going-
I like these guest reviews because, they're both unhinged and accurate. Like, more please, more please, more please, more please, more please. This idea is very generic. An OC takes Shiro's place and survives in his place, and that's all that happens in this story. And the goal of the OC is also really lame. Like, seriously? Your goal is absolute power. How uninspiring.
Bro, absolute power in a fucking Fate universe? Get the fuck out.
I mean, technically that's what every good mage aspires to, but
Of course.
I'm sorry. In Shiro's
God
place,
fucking
fuck
damn
that,
it,
I'm
Max.
pursuing peace. I just want to be left alone to cook.
I just
haven't
saw the
hit-
fucking thing you sent me.
You have inherited Shiro's ability to
Good.
cook. The universe will not let you. What will you do?
Cook the universe a good meal and hope it leaves me the fuck alone.
No.
That's a certified gray moment.
Why
Learn
have
to
you
fight
pinged
the
me?
universe.
Why is Gray getting pinged?
It's a certified gray moment.
I hate you.
Is this the thing I sent you or something else?
It's the thing you sent me.
I noticed, Gray, that you're not saying they're wrong.
That's why I said what I said.
Exactly. Anyway, so Fate Hollow Edge. In the multiverse, one story
Oh, no,
can go...
no. Listen, I don't want nothing to do with hollows or edging. Get this story out of here.
Goon, Hollow's edging.
Fine, I've got your next fanfiction.
It's just a
No.
fucking bleached porn story.
Hard no. Wait. Yoriichi? Rukia?
No, it's
No,
only
no.
featuring Hollows.
No.
It's
love
all
how-
about Hollow's
no.
edging.
Listen.
What's-
Menos
what's-
grande has a
no.
very different meaning all of a sudden.
Oh god.
It's
No.
firing at Sarah!
I can't hold it. My Sarah!
No.
Is that a Vassia Lord in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
Oh god. Damn it.
Oh, God.
Hey,
That was
baby,
bad, you should
I'm a
feel
master
bad.
of Sonito.
I definitely can't say that one out loud on the podcast.
Just type it out. Type it out for the Discord. Remember, folks, you'll get to see all kinds of things if you show up to the Discord.
Yeah, not
Why,
necessarily good
why
things.
would you ever encourage someone to do that? You know how awful this Discord gets sometimes.
Oh no.
I think that's the point. He wants to share the misery.
Sneaky's typing up a storm, apparently.
Oh
Oh,
my!
Oh.
It is never good when Sneaky spends that much time.
Okay.
alright, you know what?
That was safe for
That needs to be used somewhere. I don't know where, but that does need to be used somewhere.
The pun is a war crime, obviously, but it's at least funny.
No, I just like that it's got some real fucking like negative Flash energy from the what the fandom has done to that poor man.
True.
That's immediately
True.
what my mind had went to when he said I'm a
Yes.
master of Sonito, and my brain was just like negative flash him.
It was me, Barry. The whole time, it was me.
When you thought your girlfriend was giving you a hand job, it was me, Barry.
Me, Barry. I was your girlfriend, Barry. It's actually female Reverse Flash.
Oh god. What,
Oh,
did he
something
take so many
problems.
wrong turns he turned into a woman?
It's yes, probably. That is entirely possible within the Flash universe.
Listen, he's from the Ultra Future. I'm sure that that's just something they can just, make
Possibly.
happen.
Yeah.
A reminder, the Flash CW show had a device from the future that let Reverse Flash plug it into Harrison Wells and assume his physical form while killing Wells. So, yes, it stands to reason that he could plug it into a woman and do the same thing.
That's,
Creepy.
I feel like, AO3 is excited about that.
Probably.
Yeah.
Which brings me back to my point. Creepy.
I'm pretty sure it's a lot more than just AO3 that's excited about that.
Oh, yeah, QQ.
I
Bang,
honestly,
like
I
that.
don't really see QQ making all that much porn out of, CW Flash.
Yeah, true. I mean, CW Flash was shit, though.
Yeah, it's kind of my point.
That's yeah.
It had its good points, and then it.
Yeah, and so does Prison.
3 square meals a day.
Roof over your
In
head.
the multiverse, one story can go different directions, where some stories
really?
stay close to original, while other barely resemble original. This story of Monster and Man clothes as he conquers the universe. Cross-posted from AO3. Yep, could not have, not seen that one coming. Yeah. Oh, Isley finally found it. So, Love is War is a romantic slice-of-life comedy. A 40K comedy is very dry and sarcastic. One, the goal is comedy, which does well. One is incidental, which also does it well. Okay, I mean, yeah, I guess those are examples. I wouldn't really use those examples, but yeah, I guess you're right.
I would say, unrelated to comedy, I actually found a fantastic Tanya crossover. It's Tanya and BattleTech.
Oh, I think I saw that.
Young
feel
Girls
about it.
Defense of the Inner Sphere.
Yeah. How is it?
It's good. There's been a couple grammar issues. Tanya is largely Tanya. She isn't dramatically changed from like how she is in the light novel and the anime and etc. Because there's no impetus for her to change here. Like
right.
'cause
Unlike
they-
in the Star Wars Tanya, where she's slowly descending into meth madness.
yes.
She's
but
pulled
like
out of that.
No,
She
she
has-
hasn't. No, she hasn't.
she's getting there.
Shush.
Right, but
She's
like
getting worse.
in future chapters she pulls out of it. In
she?
this particular story, the author has simply placed her into the body of Katrina Steiner-Davin, which is honestly a significant improvement because oh my gosh, the original character is literally responsible for creating the worst person in BattleTech history.
I see.
And she has a kid and she does that by having a child. So automatically the worst timeline's been averted by putting Tanya in there.
I suppose, yeah.
But yeah, it's good. Obviously, caveat, it's a fan fiction. If you don't like BattleTech, this isn't gonna mean much to you, but it's set during the clan invasion.
Ah. Hmm.
So
Hmm.
she's the head. She's the second princess of the Federated Sons
Oh. Right. Okay.
after they've merged with the Lyran Commonwealth.
Yeah, see, like, the problem I have with BattleTech is that it's like, BattleTech storytelling sits in that weird sort of place, in the middle ground between, like, StarCraft and Warhammer. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but, like, that's just the vibe I get from trying to tell a story inside of BattleTech.
In what way?
Because Warhammer is all about the individual people kind of really don't matter, because, like, no matter what 99.99% of named characters do in Warhammer, shit doesn't actually change. Like, they could lead Omega armies and slam against another Omega army, and in the end, all they result in is nothing changing. Right?
I see what you're saying.
And StarCraft is all about, yeah, this one dude and like 5 Marines toppled an empire. And then
I
fought
see what
God.
you're saying.
And BattleTech kind of is in that weird position in between the two of them because it's all about larger scale war tactics making a difference in history, but at the same time, it's also about the specific characters doing the shit.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. Generally, important characters have plot armor, and they're going to go do, they're going to escape by the skin of their teeth or do crazy cool things with their mechs, etc., etc.
Right, yeah. So yeah, it's kind of, I've always been on the fence about BattleTech stories because it kind of just puts me in a weird spot because I like StarCraft stories, and I like the idea of Warhammer stories, even if I've never read all that many. But it's just, I don't know. It's just something about BattleTech stories that I kind of just like. I know the lore. I'm just not interested in reading books.
Yeah, and I mean that's completely fair. I think part of it does depend on which BattleTech story, because in terms of like moving the universe forward, they are absolutely not afraid to move like both the time and tech lines forward, right? Because
right, yeah.
Starting with, for me at least, it really starts with like the Grey Death Legion books, because they, for a really long time there was all this lost tech, and it was a big deal about finding lost tech, and finally they're like, you know what? Someone found right, to put this in 40K terms, someone found a whole ass STC. The whole
Right.
STC. Not a partial, not a fragment, not corrupted, not chaos touched. The whole fucking thing. And the guy who did it was a good person and said, I'm not selling this. I am sending it to everyone. I'm putting it on the space internet. Right? And so they're like, okay, the tech is, right? People are going to go rabid, and the national powers are going to start dissecting this to get as much tech from it as they can.
Yeah.
And then a couple years after that, in universe, the clans showed back up. And the clans also massively changed the timeline. And then they did some, a bunch of stuff happened with the clan wars. Like, they just keep moving the timeline forward.
I do
stuff was allowed to
appreciate.
happen.
Yeah, I do appreciate that about BattleTech over Warhammer. Because, like, I do kind of want a story where shit changes. I would like to see in Warhammer an actual canonical story where someone does find a whole ass STC and does whole ass just slap that bitch up wherever they can and see what kind of domino effects occur in that sort of scenario.
Yeah, you would like it to matter.
Yeah. It's just, I'm not a huge fan. Like, I like the setting, I like the lore of 40K. it's sort of like it's sort of like reading Star Wars books, right? Where you're more reading it for the characters itself because you know the lore is never going to change in a Star Wars book. Like, no matter what Star Wars book you read, you know whatever happens isn't actually going to change anything in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah.
Because they can't. Because the lore of the Star Wars universe is dictated by George Lucas and his movies, and the books kind of just have to pretend that they have any sort of lore control. Which they kind of did. I'm like, all of the books were effectively sanctioned by George Lucas. But, like, if George Lucas tomorrow decided that actually Mara Jade didn't happen, then that's
Mary
it.
It didn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And people could piss and moan, but there'd be no canonical support for her. Because, technically speaking, pretty much only the movies and games are considered canonical. Because they're the ones that George Lucas personally was involved in the creation of.
Yeah.
Both Star Wars and 40K have moved the plot forward just very rarely. Yes, but 40K plot moves forward simply because they want to sell new figurines, which is a really terrible way to control your lore. I've ranted about that many times before. And Star Wars moves forward based on the movies. The games fill in the gaps, but they're not lore drop. They're lore droppers and they fill in the gaps, but they're not like lore progressors. Like there's never going to be a game for Star Wars coming out that's actually going to advance the lore of the movies in a way that the next movie they make will rely on the game having happened.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing for the books. So it's kind of like one of those moments, because I've read a lot of Star Wars books, and a lot of them were really good, and I really enjoyed them. But I enjoyed them as, like, from the approach of, like, this is generic sci-fi, and I'm reading it because the summary sounds really cool for whatever's going to happen here.
Yeah.
Not because, oh, this is gonna Star Wars, this is gonna tell me more about Star Wars, because, like, almost none of the books I read told me anything more about Star Wars.
Yeah.
You read it for the story contained within, not for the overarching franchise.
Because, like, listen, there's all kinds of things in Star Wars that are like, wait, what do you mean you're just going to ignore it? Like, the Star Wars book, The Truce at Bakura, with the Sea Ruick or whatever.
Well, yeah,
those guys, Sneakies?
yeah. I had the fucking
the people that could rip
Super
the Force
Wikipedia.
out of you and stick you in a droid as a battery.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
And that's just, like, never touched on again.
Well, yeah, because it was just some fucking author putting it out there, and then no one was, and everyone kind of looked at that and was like, yeah, that's gonna be a bit hard to fit in with everything else, so we're just gonna pretend that didn't
ignore
happen.
that.
It's, you know, we were just talking about earlier about the whole cope surrounding Star Wars dogfighting, and why apparently no one has missiles anymore.
Well,
and
they have missiles,
unless you're the rebels.
suck.
Well, no, proton missiles are fucking ridiculous in what they do, buddy. It's just proton missiles travel like a thrown rock.
Yeah, true.
And so it's kind of just like if that thrown rock was a nuclear bomb.
Well, it also depends, right? It's entirely dependent on what the missiles are for. Because why would I ever equip a missile for anti-ship duty? I have lasers.
Well, I mean, the plasma bolts, but yeah, and no, some of them were lasers in the larger deployments.
Yes, to be clear,
but
lasers is the colloquial term. everyone on this particular show is fully aware that it is in fact plasma, which would
And
make
laser.
stormtroopers hilariously dangerous in the
Yeah.
Warhammer 40,000 universe.
True.
Oh no, it's a space marine! Unloads E11.
Yeah, but it was always very weird for me because the E11 had blaster caps, which made no fucking sense. And the modular gun, oh my god, none of it made any fucking sense.
You will be caught. You will not disrespect the DC-17 in my presence, sir.
I know. It was a cool gun. I
don't care that it makes no sense. It is
makes no
entirely the rule of cool.
It makes no goddamn
It's an automatic rifle, okay? It is a sniper rifle. Okay, I guess put some barrels on there, change the focusing attachment, and it's a grenade launcher. Okay. And then later on in the books,
US military.
No, and then last but not least, in the books, thanks to Karen Travis, it's now a riot control rib-breaking concussion grenade.
Yeah. It makes no fucking sense. I love it, but it makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, no, it's entirely nonsense. There is no reason to have that thing. It is so dumb.
But yeah, like we were talking about how like there's no missile defense, where like there's no AWACS, there's no like scram, there's nothing. Like there's no one has anti-air batteries anymore that are, you know, more advanced than a Bofor 40. And it's kind of like, yeah, but at the same time, you know, can you imagine how advanced missiles like that might be? Like, you wouldn't be able to dodge shit. Like, that's why we're in the current paradigm with our planes as we are right now, and where everyone's trying to make a plane that can't be detected because whoever gets detected first loses, because the missiles are so fucking good, you basically can't dodge it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
If you're lucky, you might be able to shoot some chaff, and maybe it will save your ass, but probably not.
Your other option is
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on what the
go...
missile is, but, you know, I mean, like we're talking, like, end-of-line missiles, like, top-of-line, was it Gen 6 are we on right now or something? Like, Gen 6 missiles are just like, nope, I don't care about chaff, I don't care about your silhouettes, I've fucking got a lock on you, you're dead, buddy.
Yeah.
Well, your other option is going for range and speed. Missiles that you can fire further, and which will get there faster. If you can shoot before the enemy does, the enemy is fucked.
Yeah, the missile always knows where it is by knowing where it isn't. Yes. No, I mean, was it the F-15? The one that had more forward thrust than the gravity?
Yeah.
And, like, so even without wings, the F-15 is technically capable of flight because it's got such amounts of thrust behind it that technically is capable of escaping gravity.
Yes.
Well, assuming it can get off the ground. Like, you have to be able to get it off the ground.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, if that thing has no wings, if it has no wings and you just put it on a runway that is sloped up, it can still launch itself.
I see.
It has that amount of force.
Control where it's going.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're probably gonna tumble it out of the air, but you know, it can. But like the whole idea behind that was because our stealth tech hadn't caught up yet. So we're like, okay, well, what if we just made a plane that was faster than the missiles?
It goes fast.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, I was saying
that's
but that's what Sneaky was saying, right? The current missile development is build a missile that goes faster from further away, and the current plane tech is make it harder for them to find us.
Sir, there's a bumblebee going 33,000 miles an hour.
Ah, yes, the Mach 3 bumblebee.
Ignore it. It's probably just an error.
It's a glitch.
Meanwhile, the Su-47. Sir, A city block is flying towards us. But yeah, no. So we were just talking about how the missile tech in Star Wars would kind of be just ridiculous and basically make any sort of dogfighting impossible, and dogfighting is cool, so therefore missile tech doesn't exist. Except
well, no,
when
it does.
uses...
It's just the in-universe reason is missiles are expensive. I have an infinite amount of lasers. So missiles are going to be reserved for capital ship duty.
Well, proton torpedoes, because they're nukes.
No, I mean like concussion missiles are a thing. And concussion
missiles I forgot about
regularly
concussion missiles.
That's the thing. Concussion missiles are what is used as anti-starfighter defense.
Yeah, but they're not fast.
No, concussion missiles are quite fast.
I mean, they're fast, but they're not like fast.
No,
but it's fast enough.
It's rule of cool fast, where it's fast enough when it needs to be. The Force Wills has a decent take on missile combat in Star Wars. The Force Wills. Instructions unclear. Added World War II bombers to space combat. Well, yeah, don't you know? You just fly over the capital ship and you open up your bomb bays, and your gravity-assisted bombs just fall out because gravity pulls things down.
Oh my god, that. Oh!
Okay, what have I missed?
Gravity in space.
Near or away from planet?
Away from a planet, Star Wars. We're talking about episode 8, where they flew planes over the Star Destroyers and opened up their bomb bays, which, by the way, didn't vent any atmosphere, because apparently air also exists in space. And then they had their gravity... Their gravity-assisted bombs fell out the bomb bay directly down towards the...
Wasn't that just a normal Star Destroyer? Like a Super Star Destroyer, I think, is large enough to have a small gravitational pull. But
yeah, it would have its own gravitation.
Not enough for you to rely on a gravity-based bomb.
No.
Like, at that point, it would be faster to just...
mechanism.
Like, it would be faster to just pick them up and throw them out the plane.
Yep.
See,
Master Chief, what are you doing?
They ran out of
Covenant
CGI
factor
money to do that, Sneaky. That's why they didn't show you the inside of the bomb bay.
No, they did, though. They had a whole scene where, like, one of the bomb bays got jammed, and then one of the characters had to heroically climb into the bomb bay and kick open the lever or something.
Yeah.
That's fucking dumb.
It was extremely dumb.
There's only
they didn't have a face mask on or anything. They were just out in open space where they're just like,
one good thing that
Don't
episode
worry,
8 had. I think there's 2 good things episode 8 had, which was the few frames of an enemy ship torn to shreds by an impossible hyperspace jump. That was very cool looking. That was very cool looking. I hated it, but it was very cool looking. But Luke Skywalker finally getting to show off, like, oh, Rian Johnson does understand that Luke Skywalker is one of the most amazing Force users, and then immediately kills him after that scene. It's like, really?
Of course.
You stupid bint.
Mm-hmm. And we all know who that was that made that decision.
No, to be fair, I did see later interviews with Rian Johnson, and what he laid out, what he wanted to do with Star Wars, the 3 episodes of Star Wars, was way different than what we got, and he said it was pretty much just Kathleen Kennedy's interference that resulted in what they had instead.
Counterpoint. He didn't have to shit all over the plot lines that J.J. Abrams had put in there, which he shouldn't have had different people working the 3 trilogies anyway. Like,
no, but that's the thing, though, is they weren't. is Rian Johnson was going to work all 3 movies originally, and the reason why they put J.J. Abrams into the second one was so they could move him to the other one, because they wanted to have, they wanted that one to be a success. So they put him on the side movie because they wanted that one to be a success, so people would come to the next one because of the bad ratings of the first one with certain groups.
Okay, then they...
Yeah, they fucked up.
All I can think about is the fact that when someone asked her why Abrams wasn't working all 3 movies, she said because then they'd have to.
Oh, JJ was the first one. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, JJ was the one that was supposed to be. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, Max got me confused.
No, I was talking about how like she insisted like we can't have him do all 3 movies because then they would have to be spaced out 2 to 3 years apart. It's like you dumb bitch. That's what you said you were gonna do when you acquired the fucking IP. A main episode every 2 years, which fits your 2 to 3 year timeline, and a side movie in between.
Yeah, but they didn't want that. They wanted more money now.
You literally said, we're gonna space them 2 to 3 years apart, and then use that as an excuse for why you didn't put Abrams on all 3?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
And honestly, it wouldn't have been so bad if they had Abrams. If they did, honestly, what they did is they pulled a fucking Monty moment. Well, Rooster Teeth moment with Monty's notes. They pulled a fucking Rooster Teeth moment with the second movie where apparently Abrams did have like a rough outline for what the second movie was supposed to do, and they just tossed it and said, "No, fuck you."
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Rian Johnson did not have to shit all over the plot lines that Abrams had set up in the first one.
Yeah.
But he chose to. He made an active choice to do so.
Yeah. And it was just...
Then I find out Abrams Johnson is also responsible for a couple, like, he's responsible for Looper and another sci-fi. I'm like, wait, hang on. So this is a dude that can write. He's just a pretentious prick.
He just hates Star Wars or Kathleen Kennedy. Yeah.
Or both. I don't know.
Or both. Yeah. It just, honestly, it blows my mind how every single time a company acquires a property, and this goes for games and books too, where a company acquires a property and they're like, okay, so I know that this property previously made its massive amounts of money on a release cadence of every couple of years or, every 5 or 10 years. Instead, we're going to release a new thing every year. And everyone's like, well, I don't really think you should do that, but okay, if you think you have the people for it. And they're like, oh yeah, we have the people for it. Fires half of the company.
Spoiler, they don't have the people for it.
And then, 3 years down the line, after 3 flops in a row, the property is so toxic that no one will even bother touching it or looking at it. And the company is like, how could we have known this would have happened?
Yeah, my favorite part is that half the company they fired also contained every single good creative that would have been able to...
Well, yeah, Max, they fired all the good creatives, because all the good creatives have been at the company for 10 plus years, so they had, in air quotes, inflated salaries, they say, as they give their CEO another $20 million bonus.
Well, also the good creatives usually tell higher-ups to fuck off and trust me to do what I'm doing.
Yeah, like back in the day where Kirkwell took drugs and everyone was like, Kirkwell, you probably shouldn't take drugs. He's like, fuck you. I'm making lore.
I will continue doing drugs and you cannot stop me.
Indeed. And the best lore that ever came out of Elder Scrolls was when Kirkwell was on fucking drugs.
Give the man more drugs.
Funny how that works.
Right.
Yeah, it's and the few good things that Disney put out with Star Wars are still forever tainted for me mostly because Filoni's attached them, in all honesty, and he continues to destroy what makes Mandalorian so fucking good in expanded universe.
True. Well, I mean, not only that, right, but it's like these companies constantly learn the wrong lesson from shit. It's crazy. Like, they did a bad job of, what movie came out before Han Solo?
Rogue One?
Was that the 8th one?
Rogue One?
No, I'm talking about. So it was movie 7, Rogue One, movie 8, Han Solo, right?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
So movie 8 bombs. Han Solo comes out. No one goes to see Han Solo, even though it was actually like a decent movie. It wasn't a Han Solo movie, but it was actually a decent movie.
I've said it before. Han Solo is a good heist movie. It's not a Han Solo movie.
Yeah. And no one went to go see Han Solo because they're like, well, movie 8 sucked. And then what the studio learned from that was Han Solo sucked. And it's like, no, you fucking retards. Second order effects. Second order effects. If you shit on a plate and hand it to someone, they're not going to take the plate from you next time.
Sure they will.
But yeah, then so they were like, oh, well, we shouldn't do what we did in Han Solo. So then they made an even worse movie with movie 9. And it's just like, you're learning the wrong lessons here, guys.
Yeah, I would argue 9 was at least marginally better than 8, but not by a big enough margin to really matter.
Well, 9 was marginally better because they fucking put Abrams back on the movie, and Abrams was returning it to the baseline of 7.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I watched 9, and all I could think halfway through was like, man, he's trying really hard to fix the damage that 8 caused, and it's just not working.
Oh man,
that gum is not holding.
No.
Listen, as soon as I saw the opening, because listen, I went to see all the movies with my family. As soon as I saw the opening title crawl, I was like, that's it. This movie is garbage.
Yeah.
And then we got the oh so infamous line now of somehow Palpatine returned.
Yeah.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
I'm just like, listen here, you motherfucker. This is not 1985, and this is not a Star Wars comic book. You don't get to use that line.
True. They just want more money. They don't understand the material, and they don't want to. But
yeah.
But that's what I'm saying, though. That's the problem here, right? Is that you don't need to understand the material. You're daddy big bucks, right? You see a new property on the rise. You buy the property. It's gonna rise more. Except you're daddy big bucks, and all you know is how to make money. And what you need is you need someone who knows the property so they can make you money. So you hire someone that hates the property and loses you all your money, and your solution is put them on the next property. Surely they won't fuck this one up.
Yes.
Yeah, you actually have to, hire people who like the thing you're wanting to make money.
It just makes absolutely no sense at all to me, because there's no degree where you can say it makes sense beyond nepotism. Because economically, it makes no sense. Why wouldn't you hire someone that wants to work on it? Because if someone wants to work on it, they'll accept lower pay. If so, it's like Sign, right? If Sign wants to work on a chapter for a new story, he'll do it for free if he likes the idea. But you have to pay him $1,000 to make him write furry BBW.
You gonna need to pay me more than that.
Exactly. Thank you for example.
I don't believe him for an instant. I think he'll fold for 1,000 for 1,000 words. I really do.
No.
I think you'd fold so much quicker than you're putting on.
You know what? $1 a word, maybe.
See?
I'd rather go for $10 a word, though.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I've already talked you down to a maybe for this hypothetical situation.
True. But anyway, point being, though,
I can
is
use AI to do it and find and replace, then we're golden.
But point being is in this situation. True. I mean, if they're hiring you, they just want fetish work anyway. So.
Basically.
It's not true.
Well,
you and I both hired him.
Yes, because I think he's a good writer. But if someone who is a furry who wants BBW works done, then
yes, I see what you're saying.
And they're going to Sign, it's not because he's a good writer. Yeah.
True.
Yeah, exactly. So, point being is, if you want to hire someone who hates the property, you need to pay them more money, which makes no sense. So why the fuck would you hire them? And not only are you gonna need to pay them more money, I'm gonna use the meme here because it's fucking true. Steve Jackson in a cave with a pile of scraps made better fucking armor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what it is, right? Because Steve Jackson was really passionate about Lord of the Rings, and so he hired people who did good work, and those people were really passionate about Lord of the Rings, so they did good work for cheap, and then everything was fucking cheap. He barely... What's the fucking price of Lord of the Rings? Was it like $10 million or something?
Hang on.
No, I don't want to know that Amazon spent $500 million?
Do you want the wait, Sneaky? Are you asking for the entire budget or just like the Fellowship?
Fellowship.
Okay, Fellowship was 93.
See, there we go.
The other two were 93 and 94.
And see, the thing is with Fellowship and again, okay, so universally basically $100 million each. And the reason why, I mean, most of that was just towards Peter Jackson, but a fair number of that was towards the shit number of people they used. They used thousands of people. Instead of doing CGI for all of that shit, they got thousands of people in there and then copy-pasted them with CGI, but they still got the thousands in there in the first place. Yeah.
Well, also, they had a bunch of stuff that could be reusable
assets.
Yeah, like, all of the, just as an example, every single piece of chainmail, reusable asset, right? You pay
not only
them to make that chainmail once.
Right, but I mean, well, they did also only pay them to make it once for Lord of the Rings, Amazon Ring of Power and whatever. But the difference there, though, is they made the chainmail in that series out of plastic, and it broke immediately afterwards because it was dog shit, and they probably paid 5 times the amount of money for it. Because the entire thing was made by people who hate the series, so they were grifting a shit ton of the money out of it all. They were overpaying a shit ton. They were giving jobs to people who also hated the series, but they were their friends and shit. So they were like, hey, I'll give you $3 million. Find me a plastic chainmail shirt. And so they said, okay. And they went down to the Hobby Throbby gift shop and bought like...
I think you found Sign's Hobby Shop.
I don't like that. That did not sound. That does not roll the tongue in a pleasant manner.
Actually, you know what? You could probably open up a shop called Hobby Throbby in like San Francisco and make a decent amount of money.
Oh, you'd make so much money. And the best part is that as part of the joke, it's all safe for work. There's nothing there that could be misconstrued as an SFW.
Oh no, it's like a bunch of romance stories, like raunchy romance stories. Safe for work as in you're not bringing your kid in and there's porn everywhere and there's not like, paraphernalia everywhere, but like...
Yeah,
it's
like,
like...
yeah, exactly. Like, a kid could walk in and not understand what's going on.
Right, yeah, it's like a bunch of fucking books and...
They sell ropes and wood hardware that you can assemble yourself in kits.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the hobby part of the name.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the hobby part of the name. It's like, it's like the hardware store. Yeah,
yes,
it's like the hardware store. They even sell screwdrivers and power tools.
Yeah. Just don't ask us to open the cases.
Immensely pleased with himself.
Yeah, no, Amazon acquiring Lodor and using it for the Rings of Power. I knew it was going to be hated by fans the moment that they had a roundtable of super fans, and 1 or 2 of them admitted, I've never read the books, I've never watched the movies, I've only seen the preview of the show. It's like, how the fuck is this a super fan then?
Well, obviously they're lying.
Jesus Christ. But anyway, point being is that
Well, they did the same with The Witcher.
Well, yeah. Well, the problem with Witcher is the same problem with Rings of Power. Is look, I'm just gonna say it. You can't put women in charge of a male-targeted series.
Ooh.
90% of women are gonna have no idea how to target men. There is some good female authors out there that can write great stories that men enjoy.
Oh yeah,
They
sure.
are,
or that anybody can enjoy.
well, yes, but I mean, you know
Men
what I mean.
specifically.
Yeah, men specifically. Especially when they're feminists who hate men and want to see every property men enjoy get destroyed. Yeah, definitely don't put those people, whether they're men or women, on the project. But that's separate.
No.
But yeah, it's just like, I'm sorry, but it's we tried it with Rings of Power. We tried it with Witcher. We tried it with Captain Marvel. We tried it with the MCU Stage 7. We tried it, and we tried it, and we tried it again and again and again, and it just never works. It is what it is. But
it's terrible is what it is.
Yes. But it's just like the chainmail in Lord of the Rings could get reused because it was real chainmail made by a real blacksmith. So it could get reused because it was real fucking chainmail and it wasn't just some prop garbage that got, picked up for one scene and then they had to be immediately replaced because it fell apart. Because they landed on it wrong one time, and by the time the scene was over, like, all the links were broken. Like,
yeah.
Like the all of the this is the best
okay,
part.
so Sneaky, to be clear, it wasn't actual metal, but it was handmade.
Oh, are you sure? I thought a lot of the armor was real.
Main character armor was real.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I meant. Right, yeah.
2 crew members spent 2 years building all the Lord of the Rings chainmail by hand, a process that was both time-consuming and mentally taxing. They spent so long making chainmail they rubbed off their fingerprints.
Yeah.
That's right.
Average
That's
medieval
rough,
peasant moment.
Yeah.
Average medieval peasant moment.
It.
And?
He did.
Okay, yeah. So they did not make it out of steel because it's like it's 1/5 the weight of real chainmail.
So they used aluminum.
Probably.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So yes, like you said, like we knew, definitely much higher quality than plastic prop store crap. However, not real chainmail.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was real stuff for, like, the main characters, at least, or real enough.
Yeah.
But that's the extra, like, the mile extra that made it so good. Is that you looked at these guys, and you're like, wow, they're just straight shit wearing real armor. Real, air quotes, but real armor as far as I'm concerned.
Real looking armor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you look at, like, Amazon Ring of Power, and it's like, oh yeah, we put rivets in his helmet. Huh?
No.
Why? That's gonna hurt when he takes a hit to the head.
That's fine.
Also, he's black and Greek. Because the real Greeks were black.
I still find it funny their insistence that Rings of Power was the first time a female dwarf was on screen. It's like, no, hang on a second.
Excuse you.
Hold on.
That's racist.
No, it wasn't, because early on in the movies, there's a line from Gimli about how it's really hard to actually tell females and males apart as dwarves because all of them have beards.
Yep.
So there's a big feast at some point, and the dwarves play host to the party, and they're being served by a bunch of people, many of whom were probably female dwarves, because all dwarves have beards.
Have beards.
Yep. Yep.
And the ones that we see in Rings of Power are
beardless,
clean shaven, like they're beardless.
Yep.
They're not even clean shaven. You can tell there's no stubble. They just don't have beards. There's no facial
Yep.
hair. It's like, wow.
Also black.
Is really
that black short goddess, because of course the dwarves were also black, just like the elves. They were also black.
You shut up.
Everything's actually black. Heliocube.
Oh yeah, Isley's bringing up. Isley also brings up Wheel of Time.
Yeah.
Wheel of Time was bad for a completely different reason. Wheel of Time, like Amazon actually put like a decent amount of effort into the character costumes for Wheel of Time. The problem with Wheel of Time was something entirely separate, which is that they just butchered the fucking story.
Well,
and in the process of trying to speed up certain character arcs, they made them or trying to explain certain character arcs, they made them so much worse. I will never stop pointing out the travesty of what they did to the blacksmith Perrin, who's supposed to be a big, huge, muscled dude who's very kind because the guy who trained him as a blacksmith was the same way and looked the same way and reminded him, he's like, look, man, you're going to intimidate people because of the way you look. And you got a responsibility to use your massive strength for something constructive. Don't be an asshole.
Okay, yeah, so I'm looking at it here, and it looks like effectively the guy they put in charge of directing Wheel of Time has literally no experience ever being a director before.
Of course.
And
Perfect
the only
choice.
time he ever even wrote for a series before Wheel of Time was Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which everyone universally agreed was god-awful.
Yeah,
it was dog shit.
But even then, right? Like, they had Sanderson overseeing it. Now, we don't know how much control Sanderson had. And the reason Sanderson matters is because he was the guy that the original author, Robert Jordan, picked to finish it. Like, Robert Jordan was like, okay. Or rather, his widow picked, because Jordan had the last books ready to go. He had all of his notes. He died, and so his widow went to Sanderson and was like, this deserves to be finished. And you
Yeah, no, I think the problem mainly is that any objections Sanderson really could have had might not have even mattered, because Amazon likely purchased the rights to make the TV show in full.
Yeah.
Yup.
And so they could... It was a situation of a lot like what happened with Witcher, in where because Amazon purchased the rights for the TV show in full, just because they had other people saying no. Like, fucking Henry Cavill tried to pull a Christopher Lee and was like, hey, this is actually what would have happened. And the directors were like, instead of being understanding and knowing that the actor might know more about the series that they're a obsessive fan of than them, go, no, you're wrong. And it was only because of him showing up and doing it anyway, and then, like, the cameraman filmed it all, in spite of the director's protests. Like, apparently he did that often in the early series episodes of Witcher, where he would just rewrite the script, distribute it out to everyone without telling the director, and then once they finished filming it, everything, the director was like, wait a second, that wasn't right. And they're
That's
like,
not what I wrote.
That's the new script.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, fuck, we already filmed it all, fine, use it.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, they
I
did
wanted
not
to
like
say the
that.
only reason the first season of Witcher did as well as it did is because one person there actually gave a shit about the source. And said, fuck this, I can afford to be fired. We're doing it right.
Yeah.
Also, wasn't there some big kerfluffle where, first of all, this woman who wanted things her way come out later and complain that Henry was giving them a hard time because he wouldn't let them do it the way they saw their vision going. And she's
Yes.
the one who came out and said, with Roach dying, well, it's just a stupid fucking horse. It shouldn't matter.
She wanted to make it a Marvel comedy moment.
Yeah, comedy thing.
Yeah, they wanted to make... Well, because I was about to say, I'm like, hang on a minute. To be clear, Roach has died many, many times.
Yes, but the specific scene in question was Roach dying, and then they wanted what's his face? Geralt to make a Marvel comedy joke in the moment of like, I'm sure he'll pop up again later. And
which
like
if this was years down the line.
Yeah, no, this is like lore wise, this was like after him owning the horse for like 5 to 10 years.
Jesus.
Yeah, presumably without any deaths prior.
Yep.
As opposed to, I don't know, a timeline where he did lose Roach like once every 2 years on average. Probably wouldn't say that, but like, it's like,
would have just been like,
that's
shit, time for
another tally.
Roach.
God damn it.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was just a case of just like, again, if you are a rich person buying a property, I understand that. Why do you put people in charge of it that want more money and hate the property?
Because they don't understand what they've bought, and they just want it to make money, and I want it to work mentality.
Well, yeah, but then wouldn't you go find someone that would make it work?
No, because the person who would make it work would give you lip. Sneaky, we talked about this. The people that got their jobs by being gumptious don't like other people having gumption.
I totally forgot the boomer part. Yeah, you're right.
So, because, yes, this person hates the property, and yes, they're asking for 10 million more, but they're a sycophant, and I can always use another sycophant.
Yeah, but they fucking kiss my ass, yeah. Yep, you're right. I totally forgot about the boomers need to be worshipped at every moment.
It's not just boomers, man. It is everybody who gets into a position of power, just about. They all are narcissists.
It's boomers and fucking Gen Xers because they learn from them, and some millennials because they learn from them. But no, it is it is not an attribute of power. It's an attribute of the culture of the people who are now in power. Because we have plenty of stories from the boomers when they were kids. They would go up to the people in power and be like, hey, you should give me a job and make my starting salary $100K. Oh, are you really knowledgeable about this business? I've never heard of it in my fucking life, but it looks cool. Oh, yeah, sure, fine. That's good gumption, kid. Here you go. Yeah. That's what the people in power used to be like.
Yep.
And now the boomers are like, how dare you not have 100 years of experience in something that came out yesterday?
And how dare you question me when you were founding on this, but I'm paying you, so how dare you question me?
Yeah. Oh my god, I've run into that shit so fucking often. If I'm paying you, so you should do what I say. I know I'm hiring you for IT advice, but I'm gonna tell you what the IT should be done.
Yeah.
Why the fuck are you paying?
They're the people who didn't grow up with a pawpaw who imparted on his kids. Never be scared to hire someone smarter than you in a thing that you need help with.
Yup. Or, a dad who, if they talk shit like that, would come across their jaw.
Fucking boomers, man. Fucking boomers. But anyway, let's get into this Fate story.
I had a father who was just
actually before.
I mean, I think you could just cut it right there, Atin. I had a father.
I mean, hey, that's a pretty solid one. Most people don't even get to say anymore, but
yeah, my favorite thing forever is just going to be that moment of, I don't care that you created this programming language 2 years ago. We want someone with 5 years of experience. Get out.
Yep.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
You created it. We don't care.
I love that so much. It's like, I can't even get a job with this. Oh, well, who are you? Oh, I'm the guy that made this language 3 years ago.
Yeah.
But they're asking for 5 years of experience.
Exactly. 5 years of experience. Yeah.
You're never gonna find them.
I've had 5 years of experience streaming it up.
You'd be surprised how often that is actually valid.
Honestly, he legitimately could have put that on his resume, because I know it takes a while to actually make a programming language that's good at being a programming language. So he probably could have put, I have 9 years of experience with this language, 6 years making it, 3 years putting it out there.
It was in development for 9 years. That means
all
I have 9
programming
years of experience with
languages are merely shadows of the best one, assembly.
it. Ugh.
If you don't program in assembly, you're not a real programmer.
Listen here, you'll take your COBOL and you'll like it.
Shut the fuck up and die in a fire.
You're the one who started this, Sneaky. He's just retaliating.
I'm fucking sick of fucking COBOL.
But COBOL is not sick of you, comrade.
Damn well better be. It's the first day of December, but snow does not cover the ground nor fall from the sky.
That's quite normal.
Yeah.
I mean, depending on where you are, that's it's pretty normal.
Yep.
In fact, it's quite warm. For a place like Fuyuki, where it rarely snows, this is not new. Then what is the fucking point of opening with that?
Doing scenery.
Yeah, but that's dog shit. That's a dog shit way to open. Like, it was a warm December day. For most, this would be unusual, but not here in Fuyuki.
Or even if you want to be less obvious with your prose and less, well, I don't know, tired and trite, you could simply go, it was a very warm December day in Fuyuki, which rarely saw snow. Like, don't even go, for most people, this would be unusual. Like,
yeah.
Just lay it out. This place.
Or alternatively, start with, it was a warm day. Despite this, the number of people going around was less than usual. I don't know why we need the rest of the fucking details. Author knows nothing because Fuyuki does get lots of snow, you fucking retard. I know. Yeah, author knows nothing.
Finally looking at the story.
Oh, also cross-post. If anyone has cross-post, go ahead. They mentioned cross-posting.
Oh,
so that's cross-post. Author knows nothing.
Sign L if you got it on there.
Sign L if you have it. Let's see. Adventure Supernatural.
Was it a cross-post?
No mention of this being their first fanfic. Yep.
No, don't read.
Do we have any random Japanese honorifics?
Not yet. Well, so let's see what else we got here. A gloomy atmosphere, rich and rampant townspeople. You couldn't blame them. Great fire. No one could forget. I mean, he's got terrible fucking prose. It doesn't feel like AI, so at least there's that. Gold brown eyes. His name Emiyashiro. Blah blah blah. Variations. Who he falls in love with. Blah blah blah. Story. I'm absolute dog shit at point of view stuff. Narrator breaking the fourth wall. Using lots of semicolons in the middle of narrative. Blah blah blah. Excuse me, could you help me, young man? Guy in his 20s. Rushed over, hero of justice. He needs to help someone. As he approached the man, something in Shiro's head told him to run. He quickly shook off the thoughts of running. This man needs help, obviously. I'll help you up. Shiro hadn't even reached double digits in age yet, so it was quite difficult to help the man stand up. The man stood up, blah, blah, blah. Shiro looked up. His eyes were pure silver. What the fuck? His eyes, they were pure silver. They weren't dull or blurry, but bright and brilliant. They weren't dark or light. It was a perfect mix of yin and yang.
Oh,
Huh?
you sure he's not using AI slop?
No, I think the author's just retarded.
Did we ever add a thing for author is retarded? Or
No.
did we decide that
No.
was free space?
That was free space. Hi there. I just released the first 10 chapters of my new lit RPG taking place in the medieval world called Hidden Systems. I got a backlog. This is something that Phoenix just posted. Voyager comes from a place and time beyond the physical realm. They gain consciousness and they must choose among three figures. The first choice is made. They awaken as someone new, a man named Jared in Clefshire. He is dropped into the middle of a new life, where messages from a hidden system appear before him. These messages show how lucky he is in the meaningful actions in his life, and also show him how perilous his new form is. How perilous his new form is?
What?
Okay, so it's dangerous.
When he suddenly finds himself dragged into an attack on his home village, he must learn what these messages mean so he can survive and save his friends. Okay, but the the Crusader Kings 3 system story does this, but way better. To anyone that wants to read that, let me go grab it real quick. Let's see, it's gonna be here, and then it's gonna be where did I put it? Where did I put it? I put it in here. Legends Never Die. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
It's by Ideas Guy, so you know it's gonna be good. Holy shit, he's got 5 fucking thread marks, 500k words. Holy shit.
Wait, do me a favor, link it, would you?
I am.
Wait, isn't Legends Never Die the shitty one with the, starts with, like, Nico Robin or some shit? It's a waifu catalog piece of crap.
No! Legends Never Die is by Ideas Guy. It's a Crusader Kings 3 story in which a actual just random ass Viking gets the gamer system in Crusader Kings 3.
Okay.
And shit just goes weird from there. It's great. Cause he's a literal fucking Viking. He's as educated as a Viking.
Okay.
I see.
So he's like
basics.
He like, cause like a lot of the things in CK3 are also like the perks are all like memes, and like they don't give you a description. It's just like punch real hard, hidden meanings, secrets beyond secrets, and he's like, I have no idea what the other two are referring to, but punching really hard, you can never go wrong with that. And he picks that perk.
Fair.
But yeah,
I'm punch good now.
As he's faced with trial after trial, his skills grow in his power and his knowledge and of his mysterious abilities, but there's more to understand the system that can be uncovered in one lifetime. Okay. So he's gonna die multiple times? That sounds pretty lame. Yeah, the pacing is totally cooked. I will say that. The pacing is all over the place, because it's an Ideas Guy story. It is what it is with him. That's just how it is. No, he's not terrible, but his pacing is very irregular. Because the thing with Ideas Guy is that he'll be really inspired for a while, and so he'll like get through a bunch, and then he'll get to a point where he starts trying to force chapters out, and then he'll stop for a while, and then he'll start the cycle again.
Yeah, I've seen that. That does happen.
The concept is decent enough, but the summary alone is a massive red flag. Yep. It's like walking into a decent restaurant, but actually they're serving McDonald's. Yeah. That's basically what I'm saying. That's like Legends Never Die. It's the exact same premise. Medieval character gets gamer system, but the gamer system is CK3. And then it just dominoes fall from there. There's no greater alien invaders from space and some dog shit. Like it's just that. Historical gamer system. Which is cool. There is another one. Which was let's see. Swiss Arms. That's the other one. Is this one still posting new chapters? Looks like it. Yeah, oh, yep, it did. Yep, it is. And he's got a Patreon, so it probably won't die too quickly, hopefully. Here's Swiss Arms, in which this is an isekai, in which someone goes back in time, who's a history buff, goes back in time, ends up in medieval times, with a gamer light system, like, it's got rewards for him, but they aren't like solo leveling style escalation. It's like
broken.
he spends 15 years exercising and doing quests, and the most he's able to do is build a house a couple months quicker than a normal person.
I see.
That's kind of shitty.
Now, he does escalate from there, because once he starts getting access to the bigger, more numerous quests, and again, once he starts moving away from the peasant life and gets access to stuff like battle quests, he gets a lot more experience than go pick apples. The problem I have with Swiss Arms is the MC is kind of retarded at times. No, he is, but at the same time, like, his mentality isn't SB retarded. His mentality isn't Reddit retarded. His mentality is very, like, in my opinion, very normie-ish. In where like, he just approaches situations like a normal person and doesn't really think too much about long-term consequences. Like, he has long-term ideas of like, oh, I should get to this area because that area, I remember, wasn't too badly affected by all the wars that are about to break out, but, like, doesn't really, like, third, fourth order effect realize that him moving to that area and then turning it into a developed zone would attract people, which would then attract lords, which would then attract armies, which would then cause, knockdown issues down the line. Like, he's just thinking about, oh, I know these events are going to happen, so I should go to this place where they aren't going to happen and, like, build a home there. Yeah, he's just normie. He's not some explicit planner where he, like, tries to plan everything and then looks retarded because of it, because he missed something super obvious, but the author's too autistically retarded to realize that until they have to write that scene, and then they have to, like, pull a victory out of the guy's ass. All of the Swiss Arms victories that I read up to, so that's 2004, all of the victories the character gains in Swiss Arms up until that point were very much, oh, yeah, okay, I can see how he won in that situation. All right. They were never like, this is just bullshit, this is just stupid. Reminds me, an idea came to me, I don't know if it's ass or not. Take your usual hell difficulty setup of tutorial plus system. Okay. Multiple difficulties, okay. A small group of people are sent to hell, where they are all expected to die. Okay. But the MC has an ability like Natsuki Subaru, where he respawns if he does. He gets sent back and has to restart the floor. Okay, and everyone has a unique skill with a trait that grows, and this is the MC's unique skill. I don't know, man. I lost interest in ReZero because of the excessive number of fail conditions for his power.
Yeah.
And the idea, and like it's ReZero always felt to me. Also, I hate the fucking main character. Subaru's personality just grates on me massively.
Yeah. He's kind of fucking whiny.
Yeah. But the idea of, oh, this person is an important person, so when they die, you have to restart everything, and then you get to a certain point where they stop showing the restarts because it's just assumed that he basically remembers the perfect run characteristics of how to say things and do things in the specific way to make people do things in like a reactionary like NPC way of like, okay, so if I press the square dot, they go to the circle, and then once they go to the circle, I go to the triangle, and because I go to the triangle, they have to go to the star because that's the programmed response. Like, I never liked that in ReZero because it's like he just keeps trying until he has the perfect run, and then like he gets tortured or some shit or whatever. There's a whole bunch of shit that was just, there was a lot of ass pulls in ReZero, and I feel like a series where you then multiply that problem, where everyone has a trait that grows, you have a lot of lost investment in that kind of style, in where like it's hard enough having the main character recreate their steps every time someone or something dies that causes them to restart. But now you have to also have the main character manipulate everyone into precisely recreating their previous steps. And I say you have to do that because otherwise, if you get far enough into the story and where like someone's power develops in a certain way and they're not linear, in terms of the power scaling, like unless it's like a Dragon Ball style, right, where it's like Super Saiyan, then you Super Saiyan 2, then Super Saiyan 3, and that's just how it goes, and it doesn't change ever. That's one thing. But if it's like, oh, well, they use their power this way, so their power develops in this direction to do this thing, and then next time around, because he's better prepared, they don't have to do that thing as much, so their power doesn't develop that direction. Like, that's going to cause so much issue, so you kind of have to then make it linear, and if you make it linear, then everyone kind of already knows the power reveals, and so then it's best to just skip the story, and if it's best to just skip the story, then why even have the person reincarnate in the first place every time someone dies?
Wow, that's fucking depressing. I hate it. Oh, Sneaky's dead.
That he is.
Deeply unfortunate, but that means the rest of us are legally allowed to leave the chat now.
Yes, it is unfortunate that the podcast is over. Too
Podcast
bad.
will never be returning. Sneaky is perished for all time. We'll publish a nice obituary. Maybe send some flowers.
Yup.
Amazing timing.
He hasn't said anything yet, so maybe not.
Brilliant.
Was just
I join. I just hear silence. I'm like, this is grade A stream content.
Yeah.
Sneaky
just
has
said
disconnected, so there's nothing on stream.
Yes.
I just thought it was like a April
No,
Fool's. It's
we're
like
still on stream. His headset died, not the
His
stream
headset died.
died.
perfect. There's no
Oh.
moderation from Sneaky, so now we can just
Use the
start
bra-
shitposting.
and I know it's been a long day,
Sneaky's
but
not
your
the
brain cells
moderator.
still have some work to do.
No, they don't. Yeah,
Oh,
listen.
so this is-
The only the people that actually moderate are Max and me. So you will just get kicked.
oh hell yeah, anarchy. Boom.
Well, while we wait for Sneaky to fix his headset, unfortunately, there's not quite as much for us to talk about because Sneaky was the one driving the story forward. But man, I just hate RE0. It's such a lame story.
I liked the idea. I really did.
The idea was interesting, but
I even liked the first little bit of it. But
The first
they
3
fucked off
episodes
of it.
were solid of the
Yep.
anime.
Yep.
Never watched
And
it.
then that motherfucker had the audacity to not reciprocate Rim's feelings, and that's where he lost it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but like, one of them actually cares for you in a more than platonic way, and the other forgets you exist about half the time, despite being at her side.
Yeah.
So
Amelia's kind of a
often.
shit, but Rim really is best girl.
I'm just saying, between the maid who will absolutely throw hands for you, and also has super strength to throw said hands with,
Yep.
and the girl that has some sort of weird inferiority complex going on, it's like, I still don't know what's going on in that story. I think I only watched the end of season 1. And at that point, it became a matter of like, okay, this is a character that has to be written a specific way, and I don't think the author's going to be able to write him that way, because he basically has to write a Doctor Who / Doctor Paradox combination that maybe 3 sci-fi writers could handle as a full character now. Yeah, no, I forgot about the durability included there. That's a good point, Killionaire. But boy, it's taking Sneaky a while to find a
cable.
Placement.
a cable. I guess he just doesn't keep one by his desk for the headset.
Is it possible that his chair broke and he's unconscious?
No.
That would make a 3rd chair clip, except we didn't get to hear it this time.
True.
Unfortunate.
Many things are disappointing, but
Gotta break the bolts. Fuck you, ship.
It is taking him a hot minute.
Hey,
yeah.
on the bright side, you can say this is a complex April Fool's, and you just play some B-roll from like a stream like 2 years ago and just pretend like it's the actual stream.
Oh, we're not that clever.
No. If we were gonna do that, I would just hand Sneaky, it's specifically episode 1, when I wasn't there because I was with family when these 2 chucklefucks decided randomly to just start doing this.
True.
And they were so much more animated and energetic.
We still had hope.
You have hope.
Yeah, brilliant. Having like a 3 Musketeers act, but only 2 of the Musketeers are there for like stream 1. It's like, yeah, we're start with the full cast.
Yeah, pretty
That's
much.
cool though. Just it's good to have that gumption though, where you just get it started. You're just like, fuck it, we'll do it live. Like, hey, in a certain sense, this is content. Like right
That
now.
was the entire energy, sir.
How long ago was it with your first stream? Because this has been going like several years now, right? Like, I'm gonna look at your YouTube. Let's see. Open link in new tab. Scroll.
I don't want
years,
to think about how long it's been.
Pretty sure it's been 8 years now. See, if we go to the videos list and I just hit the oldest tab,
well, that's for videos. Let's see
gotta skip a bunch of that. There we go. The first episode on YouTube was
December
2018.
23rd,
7
2016.
years.
Oh, now there's a depressing thought.
7 years and nothing to show for it? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, a small amount of money.
Yeah, a whopping 200, maybe, possibly 300.
I didn't say it was a lot. I said
$12.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I forgot. Sneaky paid us in foreign currency one time, and it was really bad because that currency literally shat the bed the next day when we actually went to exchange it.
Yeah. I got paid in
Iraqi
yen.
dinars.
I don't even remember what I got paid in. I just remember saying.
I think you got paid in Canadian fun bucks.
Just like, Sneaky, what the fuck is wrong with you?
You know
how I was just like, do you know how bad this particular currency is at any given point?
That's a fun thought. Just find the most obscure currency that's accepted by the international community.
Right.
Just get paid on that.
Oh. No, okay, the YouTube page is broken. It actually was 8 years ago, December 23rd, 2016. We will be 9 years old at the end of this year, boys.
Joy.
I can tell you that's very old in YouTube years because there's one comment on there asking who's disliking this, which means that comment was made before YouTube yanked the dislike.
I mean, you can still get the dislike. It's just you gotta jump through hoops.
Yeah.
Not really. It's like 2 clicks.
So, in your podcasting career so far, first answer, best answer. What's been your favorite fan fiction story so far?
Like from the show?
None of them.
Yeah.
None.
Literally none. They're all terrible.
They are all terrible.
There have been a handful of good fics, but they weren't good enough to remember.
That's always concerning because I knew we were already like bottom of the barrel, so I knew like worst it was gonna be like a negative negation of like really bad. I was like, just maybe kind of bad, but yeah, it's like kind of bad. It's like, yeah, it's the creative nirvana. It just doesn't exist. It's like, oh damn.
They're creative, but they're creatively bad. Or they're creatively bankrupt.
That's probably the worst thing I feel like you could be as art is like, I feel like you want to be hot or cold. Either just like, you want to like be an extreme, like get an emotion out of people. If people are just kind of like, that's no bueno.
You want to be so good that people recommend
it
because it is a life-changing
He's
experience.
alive!
Or so
I had that whole thing of like, you get up out of your seat and your body's like, oh, hey, yeah, by the way, since you're out of your seat now, you have to take a piss. And it's like, all right, fuck, fine. So I go take a piss, I'm washing my hands, and then my body does the thing that I hope other people also have, where after you've taken the piss, you're washing your hands, your body's like, oh, yeah, by the way, you have to take a shit. It's like,
yeah.
God damn it! I just finished! And then my body pulled the whole Ron Swanson thing on me, where it's just like, all right, fine, I'll take a shit later after the podcast. And my body's like, no. What you heard was you have to take a shit. What I mean is, there is poop coming out. Get on the toilet.
Yeah, that's the thing.
No. You misunderstood me. You're going to the bathroom now.
When I said take a shit, what you heard was you have to poop later. What I mean is it's happening now whether you want it to or not.
What I mean is it's poking its head
Old
out. You
geezer?
better make...
No. It's not because I'm old. It's because I just ate 4 pounds of meat and bread over the course of the day. So, yeah. There was a natural occurrence occurring.
Natural occurrence occurring, okay.
Yes. As one does when you eat lots of food.
Fair.
Really? I just kind of... My stomach just feels a little weird. There's some strange noises, and then
It
I'm
evaporates.
hungry again.
Ah, yes. That's the stomach goblin stealing your food.
Damn them!
Yeah. That was the reminiscing while you were gone. Oh, sign being old. Yeah, that happens.
It wasn't side this time.
I was asking about the podcast history. I guess we had like a baby xenomorph thing of like you died and I like appeared like seconds after you like died. So I was
yeah. Very
So-
normal, average moment. Yeah.
Talking about the fact that the first episode was in December 23rd, 2016. The show will be 9 years old at the end of the year.
Yeah, you know, this podcast was God's
it's-
gift to humanity, and
Yeah. And it's old enough on YouTube that the one comment there is talking about how why are people disliking it? Because YouTube hadn't yet pulled the dislikes from the public.
The
Yep.
dislikes existed. Honestly, the fact
people
you
were
know that-
disliking it because I posted it to the r/fanfiction Reddit, and people were like, oh, you're being too mean to people. You're not even offering these authors the chance to defend themselves from your vitriol.
That's my favorite part. Is that if they'd simply actually listen to that first episode, because that was probably the nicest episode of all the
Yeah.
episodes.
Man, we still started with the
Instead-
disclaimer of leave these authors alone.
Instead of shitting on the idea of it, if they'd instead encouraged, oh, this might actually be good for helping people improve as writers. No, they went,
Yeah.
but feelings.
Yeah, but
It'll
what
hurt
about
their
the writer's
so they don't
feelings?
write anymore.
Good! That is the goal now! Oh god. Anyway,
If we
so
can
speaking
accomplish
of
that,
writers,
it will be for the good of mankind.
yeah, we'll all get a gold
Right.
star. I'll even make Sign a new gold star if we ever accomplish
A
that.
proper one.
Yeah, a real one.
Okay, that's nice, but I think the trade-off needs to be that instead of saying you did it, it just says you tried.
Oh,
And one of the tips has to be like fucked up. It's gotta be a square. One of the tips has to be a square.
It's a gold square.
God damn.
You tried.
You attempted.
You tried.
The meme we're referencing, Aeon, is this meme that I made for Sign.
I think you showed me this like forever ago.
It's now a proud sticker and an emoji on this server and on at least 2 others, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be pretty devastating.
I should just upload this to my friends server just as a joke and not explain it to any of them.
Yo,
Max,
you know,
Max,
you gotta whip
The
it out.
next
You gotta
time one of
save
them
it for a
posts
good moment.
list- The next time one of them posts a list in the Warhammer one, just put that in.
Yeah, you just gotta
Yeah.
hit him with that. You did it. It's so bad. Like the worst part about it is the more you look at it, like just like a side glance, it's like, oh, it's a gold star, and then the more you look at the
worse it
star,
gets.
the worse it gets.
Honestly, my favorite part is that because you fucked up the lines so hard, there's a piece of the star that will forever just be a white cell because of how the fill tool works.
I didn't read did at first. I read pib, so I read like do pivot.
That-
I was
yeah,
like,
don't worry. It just improves the flavoring of it.
right.
Congratulations, you've now unlocked the idea that there are several pronunciations for this stupid star.
Yeah, this is.
See,
it's
I
like a
thought he
little
was gonna take
deputy
it in like a
badge.
Mr. Pibb direction.
I mean, technically speaking, you could also read it as a "you bibbit," because
Yeah,
my capital D is a little bit detached from its dedum.
And then I had another little instance too where it looked so screwed up. It also looked like a weird like anime like Necron face, or like the U is like hair, and then like the P B are like eyes with like a nose, and then like Skeletor teeth, and then I was like, there's several.
Just
At
the
first
longer
we
you
showed
look
this, I
at
was
it,
like
the worse it
confused.
gets.
Yeah,
Which is,
this
you know, the point.
Yeah, it's
every
it's a
time you
deputy
look at,
badge for
like, if you
autism.
look at it from the, like, if you tilt your head to the right, it looks like a leaf.
God damn it.
Like, it just gets worse the more you look at it.
Also, in terms
You
of
know,
negative space, you have
if
the
if you cut a
what's up?
couple parts off, it looks like a really poorly drawn Texas as well.
You're right.
Like, turn it upside down. Just off a couple spots.
Oh, you attacked Gray's Texan heritage.
I didn't attack it. The artist attacked it unknowingly.
God.
You pointed it out.
No,
God damn
Max,
it,
I created that art, and I just said "dear grid coordinates" to whoever it may concern.
Little did you know, you accidentally included a cluster function to
Accidentally.
Was it supposed to break up an atmosphere? No. Did it work?
it. Oh,
Yes. Oh. Huh.
But I'm quite pleased that it did.
The
You
worst
would?
part is the obnoxiously white background. Yeah, it
To
is
be fair,
really bright.
Sneaky started making one with an alpha transparent background, and then everyone immediately talked him out of it because it's
Everyone was
better.
like, no. It needs to be flashbang white.
Well, it's also
I
got a bit of a
know.
profile of like a face on the left portion of it, where it's like the white inside the stars like eyes, and it's got like a nose
You know
with
what?
like a overbite
Maybe I
mouth.
will trace this in Blender and just make a fucking 3D model of it. And I'll give it a background that's just actually flashbang white with high emission.
Oh, I was gonna say you should also just make that sign's face if it ever appears in the 3D models.
Oh god.
You should just make that sign's head.
Oh god. The funny part is it'll probably be higher poly than the asset library.
True. You typed in "dear grid coordinates," instead you load cluster napalm munitions.
Oh god.
Very true. Very true. I did.
We
I
went
did
from
do
dear
that.
grid coordinates to dear quadrant. Real fucking fast.
Is the
Great.
submarine
Where's
supposed to
the image
dive
of
back?
the Inquisitor just slapping the Exterminatus button?
Yes. So yeah, anyway, Shiro is smiling at the man, the man's smiling at Shiro. And palm landed on his forehead, the world
There we
went
go,
black.
this is what I was looking for.
Blah blah blah. Yes, that's a classic gif.
Honestly, that sounds like something Nose would have before Gray.
Yeah.
I don't even watch TTS.
I was just assuming that Gray would have it because it's a relatively common 40k meme.
But I don't watch TTS.
It is
Yeah,
a
but
funny,
that
it is a
particular
funny
clip
gif.
is still a pretty common meme, even without you watching TTS.
Nose is the TTS spammer.
The closest that I've seen to the Exterminatus is the Unleash Bosnia.
Ah, yes. We do not speak of such a thing.
I rewatch that sometimes because it's like, oh, you know what? I feel like just watching this really well edited clip from this random YouTuber that plays Arma.
Yes. He's such a good. I enjoy that man so much.
His vintage story videos have been really good. By the way, Sneaky, I don't know if
Absolutely.
you've heard of it, but vintage story might be your next Minecraft.
God damn it. The fucking Chad.
Yeah,
that's
New
a
challenger
Space
approaches.
Marine.
It's the Bosnian Night!
Boss, we got a problem.
That fucking thing was cursed every time it showed up.
What was?
The Bosnian Night.
So the
Oh,
Bosnian
yeah.
Night is from Rubik's Raptor, and the fucking AI that was in charge of it was some sort of built different compared to the
Oh,
others.
that wasn't an AI. That was an actual person.
Yeah, it
Oh
was
no,
an
okay, that
actual
explains
person.
it then. Okay, never mind. That player was built different.
Yeah.
So
Arma was
both
not
times,
made for this, but by God, they did it.
so both times that it showed up, in the early ones, it was piloted by a person. The first one was so funny because it just shows up unannounced. Oh, just does an entire combo, then gets one shot by the person it's comboing.
Oh.
It was so stupid.
They gave it a full anime intro at one point. It was amazing.
Yes.
Bosnian Night.
And the song
Rubik's Raptor's something else. Like, he's kind of funny.
Yes. Every Friday.
He's one of those YouTubers you look at like, how the fuck is this dude not at 1 million? Unironically.
Yeah.
And the rest is probably because he does a lot of like niche games.
Yeah.
Well, less niche games and more just a lot of Arma with the same group of people.
Yeah, niche. Because he also does Barotrauma, Foxhole, and one other game.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Like, Arma's already kind of niche. Add all these other things. He'll have a dedicated community, but it's not gonna grow very quickly after that 300,000 mark.
Yeah, which I mean, it's fine, you know.
Yeah.
Bosnian Night.
It's happened, fellas. We've now had a 24-hour filibuster in the Senate.
Hey,
Yeah, no,
good for them.
Oh boy.
Really?
Yeah, I linked it to Sneaky like about 4 hours ago, and it was the 20-hour mark. That's crazy. It's still going. Like that's history right there.
Ah, yes,
Yeah.
that one.
So you're telling me they've been talking for?
I would like
Yeah.
us to play
So, to be clear,
Barotrauma as a
the
group.
gentleman in question has not been talking for quite 24 hours. Because he has received small breaks by allowing other senators to ask him questions, but he has remained continuously standing on the Senate floor for 24 hours. And they're not trying to hold up anything. This is a protest against the current administration, and they're doing it to draw attention. Which I mean, in fairness, is working.
Okay.
I'm like, wow, the Democrats are like they're trying to do a thing. Feels a little late, but you know, like again,
Yeah, no
you
kidding.
tried Star, you know.
I mean, yeah,
They
you
get
did
the
it.
You did it star.
Yeah, they get the you did it star.
You did it. Yeah.
In fact, we'll pin 2 of them.
Yeah, it's like
The-
hey, I did the longest filibuster in American history, but I also didn't accomplish my goals. So you know, cool. You know, like thumbs up.
Well, it's also not a proper filibuster because the filibuster is used to delay bills and laws being looked at.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, at this point, they really could have gotten the same amount of news stories written about it if they just like decided to take their shirts off and start like playing a Miley Cyrus parody in the USA or something.
I would prefer if we could get into the news for having some like you know, real shit. Let's reach levels of British Parliament. Let's have them insulting each other live, but
Throwing
be
punches.
good at it. Let's have them, or alternately, I think it was the Thai Parliament where some members of the Thai Parliament, in order to disrupt a vote, they were just like, "Fuck it, we're just throwing tear gas. We're just gonna tear gas ourselves."
After this filibuster thing,
Yeah.
I wrote for one of my science fiction story notes is there's like a 740-hour filibuster because you could bring like a gaming laptop and like energy drinks, and so they just start like playing a LAN, and when they're asked to like
Yeah,
give
you
a
know what?
response to something,
They really should. They should just start streaming it. Open up a fucking like the wheel in a tower and start streaming like them playing some fucking video game or something. Like that would actually get more views.
yeah, you just bring a diaper, you just change it out, you get some, DoorDash, and you're cooking, dude. Like you're good.
I mean, just don't eat or drink. I mean, maybe drink a little bit over the day, but like, I mean, you don't need to eat for at least a week.
Your muscle mass just deteriorates like on live TV as you're just playing World of Warcraft on like permadeath mode.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
700 hours.
This is what it's like to live in America without health care.
If you brought a backpack, you could bring in all the equipment you'd need to set up your own private little cubicle and toilet.
Yeah, but then you'd have to like stop answering questions.
Yeah,
I feel like that would be like
unless you're Thurgood Marshall, who had his staff set up a bucket in the cloakroom so that he could continue to keep 1 foot in the Senate floor.
Yeah. I feel like that's a different time. I feel like that wasn't really recorded and sent live to everyone.
No,
you're right, dude.
Probably not.
Yeah.
What would be dope is if you did have a Senate Twitch stream, you could be like, "Hey, chat, like, what should I vote on?" And then you get like 800 upvotes for like martial law. You get a bunch of free subs. They're like, "Fuck it, martial law, we're doing it."
We're gonna do sub goals, chat. 14,000 sub goals. I declare coup. Yeah, so anyway, there's no real point in reading the rest of this chapter. Basically, the main character ambushes Shiro and transfers his soul into Shiro's body. And he does this because he believes that Shiro is his path of absolute power. Because reasons.
Is he thinking he's gonna get unlimited blade works?
I think that's the plan, and then he's going to use unlimited blade works in a way that will break the system. I believe.
UBW is explicitly does not work like that.
Yes, but you have to keep in mind that a majority of the people writing a Fate story in this day and age of 2025 were not there for the... Hold on, let me age bomb everyone properly.
Yeah. What'd you got?
They were not there for the 2004 release of Fate Stay Night.
It's nothing.
Most of the people coming here are probably still coming from the Unlimited Blade Works animation from Ufotable.
Yes,
and
probably.
most of them is...
Well, no, actually, most of them are coming from Grand Order.
Yeah, but the ones coming from the anime ignored Ren's explanation of what a reality marble was, and instead just looked at the pretty colors that made up Ren Tosaka. And the ones coming from Grand Order, it's a lot of reading to do to get an explanation of a reality marble in a game that assumes that you have some experience with Fate Stay Night in general.
Yeah. The problem is that well, I mean, the other major thing is because we've talked about this before because we've had Shadow in the chat. Shadow is a Shadow actually stopped all fanfiction. He is no longer writing fanfiction. He is pulled out of the fanfiction line. Because he kind of got annoyed with Fate stuff.
That's fair.
Yeah. Shadow used to be a major fanfiction writer, and one of his constant complaints was pretty much everyone got this one bit of lore wrong, in Fate Stay Night, magic is actively fought against by the world because magic isn't real.
Mhm.
And so the world tries to unmake it. Magic isn't real, nerd. Punches you in the face. But the thing is that there is a type of magic called gradient air, which most people in the world who know about magic dismiss because effectively you are crafting mana into a crappy copy of whatever you're copying. And so no one really puts any time into it. But there's also another magic called tracing, and where you run your mana through an object and you basically learn about every atom of the object, if you're good enough at it.
Okay.
And
Shiro happens to be.
Yes. And so
Can
Shiro, yeah.
As a outsider to fan fiction, I just have to share a mild shock and disappointment because when you're like Shadow got out of fan fiction, I was thinking Shadow was writing a fanfic like Garfield saw like the light of Allah and he like undertook a jihad to create his own caliphate. And you're telling me?
Oh no, I mean
it was
he
a
basically
technicality.
is. So what happened was he was writing this idea for a new Fate fanfic crossing over with Wuxia, and the
not
more he
crossover with
wrote,
Garfield.
yeah, no. The
Unfortunately.
more he wrote of this Wuxia crossover, the more he realized he hated Fate and decided to just make it a completely original story.
See, that should be the conclusion.
Stories first.
But yeah, so basically gradient air tracing, except our main character Shiro here is autistic and retarded, and so he got really, 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 really good at tracing and really, really good at gradient air to what he calls projection instead. And what this allowed him to do was, without his own knowledge, because this is another important part, is that magic only works as well as you think it does.
Mm-hmm.
So the mages regularly hypnotize themselves into not knowing how their spells work, therefore they're still magical and not explain science. Yeah. So, I don't know how that works, but that's the lore. So because Shiro has no education at all and just knows this works when I do this, his shit's really good. And
to make it worse, he was trained purposefully wrong.
Yeah, he was trained
for
purposely
about
wrong.
a year.
He was trained purposely wrong because someone didn't want him to become a mage.
And then on top of that,
Yes.
he had absolute
understand
trust in the person, so he believed 100% of everything they told him.
But it worked.
Yes. It backfired.
Surprisingly well.
But the important part here is that there is a moment in the original story where one of the characters who is a trained mage asks Shiro, the main character, about a pipe that is, there. And he's like, oh yeah, I projected that months ago. Not knowing that's a big deal because, again, most things kind of dissipate within minutes to hours at most. And he was like repairing electronics around the house with projected parts as well, because he spent so much time repairing electronics that he knew all of these electronic parts by like heart, effectively, and could project them perfectly. And that's the thing, though, is basically the world wasn't fighting against his mundane projections because there's 10 gajillion pipes in the world. This is just another pipe because it perfectly mimicked a pipe down to the atomic level.
Because it was that mundane.
Well, it was completely normal. There was nothing magical about it to begin with.
Nope.
Yeah.
And
It
as
was
far as
just
the
a
world is
pipe.
concerned, it's another pipe. That's
It's
another
just pipe.
that's just that's another stick. That's another
Yeah.
poster. What do I care?
That's a metal stick.
Humans make this all the time.
Yeah.
And so that pretty much
just another
every
crack
fan missed this, and they think that everything projected dissipates by Shiro. And so they make completely incorrect speculations onto how his power works in the actual fan fiction, and then they show off their Reddit level intelligence because then they come up with ways around it when it wasn't even a problem in the first place.
Okay, to be fair, anything magical Shiro makes does in fact dismiss.
Nope.
No. That
If he
isn't
make-
Nope.
that is entirely dependent on the item in question, and there are certain things he can't make because of their construction.
Yeah.
If he
So-
makes a copy of fucking Excalibur, it will eventually dismiss.
Well, one, Excalibur's a Fey construct, so it's actually causing him actual brain hemorrhaging to do that, and there can only be one of Excalibur. It is an
Or-
explicit divine construct as far as the world's concerned. There can only
Okay.
be one in existence.
All right. You know Archer's twin swords, the white and the blue one?
Yep.
The white and the
Contempt.
black one?
Contempt,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep. He can't keep those up permanently.
Yes, he can.
Like, they will eventually dismiss.
No, he can.
They're a noble. Aren't they a noble phantasm?
They're not.
No.
Nope.
I thought
They're
they were a
just
copy of a
ma-
noble phantasm.
Nope.
Nope. They're just
just
swords
Archer
with
saw.
magnetism.
They're
magnet
they're swords
Black did it,
with
nope.
magnetism, and they also have a legend behind them that allows them to do extra damage to monsters.
But
Yeah,
not
I
a
mean,
noble
I knew they were
phantasm.
swords
Yes,
with magnetism.
So it literally comes down to the world sees as, oh yeah, that's normal enough, whatever. But if it's something explicit like,
Excalibur.
oh shit, he might actually be able to keep a permanent version of Gabe Olga up thanks to Scotty, or
Yeah.
thanks to Skathic. Because
Yep.
Skathic just has thousands of Gabe Olgs at her. Oh god.
Yep.
Yeah,
The
that
so
has
the
thousands of
problem
Gabe Olges.
the problem is a lot of people connected to things that are not connected. Shiro dismisses his stuff on purpose,
Yes.
intentionally. And he does this near the end when he runs out of energy. And so people connected him running out of energy with stuff being dismissed. When he specifically dismissed the stuff, not because he was low on energy or because it cost something to maintain it.
Yeah.
Now, if it has an active effect that requires energy to maintain, yes, he has to get rid of that effect, and sometimes that effect only goes away when the weapon does. So yes,
Yeah.
some weapons would have to be dismissed to stop the drain.
I think another part of the problem is that if you destroy if you hit one of the constructs hard enough, they do just kind of disappear.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
did see that
Yeah, they will
happen?
break.
it's because they're
that's dependent on the construct. Like, it's much easier to break
Yeah.
Khonshu and
No,
Byakuya.
no, it's not. Okay, can I finish?
No, impossible.
So
It's
for the
impossible to
twin
finish the thought.
swords, those kept dissipating because they kept being hit hard enough because they weren't yet perfected. That's why you see those disappear specifically. By the end, that's not happening. But the last fight scene we also see Shiro in. This is something people aren't connecting.
Yep.
That watched the anime. Those constructs were being destroyed because of how much energy Gilgamesh was pumping out through
Yeah,
his own
and
noble
that's the
phantasms.
other problem, is that
It
a
was
lot of
also
what Shiro
infused-
fights later on is like stuff that can just break steel. And even though Khonshu and Byakuya, are stronger than steel because of mystical properties, they're still just basically magical steel and not like, oh, the manifestation of curses or some other bullshit like that has like retarded durability. And so it's like, yeah, I'm sorry, but this person can just break magical steel normally. It's not because he's like copying it wrong or anything. It's just they're that strong. Like some of these character stats are like A rank strength, which A rank strength is like the strength of 10,000 people or some bullshit. So yeah, they can just break steel. So
Isn't it
So-
even more than that? Like
it's like a million. I think A rank is like a million.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gilgamesh
And
is
then you
throwing
have
out
A+.
anything from
Yeah.
E- all the way up to just probably just shy of EX. And his one EX is literally anti-world. Like, you don't just pull
Yeah.
that out for some
Yeah.
bug.
I mean, he does,
Unless,
but
unless the bug really pisses you off.
when you really want to squash a bug, pull out the nuclear bomb.
Also, I just realized
Legalize
oh my
nuclear
God,
bombs.
Shiro being dropped into a Wuxia style world would be a problem because these one of a kind
Yep.
artifacts are now at his fingertips, and
Yep.
this is a world that isn't actively fighting against
Yep.
other copies. That's an explicit rule to type moon.
Yep.
Wait, what's the explicit rule?
The world fights against copies.
The
Oh,
world fighting,
yeah.
the world fighting against magic in general, but specifically fighting against, like, there can only be one Excalibur because it's a fake construct. There can never be another Enuma Elish because it was made before the concept of sword was created. There can't be there can't be more than one Khalid Bolg running around
Caliburn.
theoretically, as
You can
opposed to
only-
Roost. Like,
What is this, tabletop rules?
No, he did have a
don't-
moment where basically he was forging swords, like actually forging swords, and then they kept popping up in his world, and then soaking up his soul world energy, and then becoming spirit swords in his soul world.
Oh,
That's
no.
what Shadow was writing. Yeah.
wait, no,
Yep.
no, hang on.
And he
No,
started
no, no,
having
no.
like one of them was like a yandere sort of like, why do you keep making more? Aren't I enough?
Oh no.
Oh man.
You're asking the man who is a sword if he has enough swords.
Yes.
The answer's no. Need more swords.
But yeah, people
But,
constantly
yeah.
misunderstand what Jiro's ability actually is, which is why in a fanfic that may never be published, I straight up have two characters be
Yeah.
like, "What do you mean this is the same window from a week ago?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really, yeah, so it's very frustrating because the section it's got multiple, not, I'm going to say canons, but basically it's like got parallel canons effectively. And then on
Makes
top
weird.
of that, you have people misunderstanding stuff, you have people not reading the entirety of stuff, you have a lot of popular fan fiction making people think that some sort of aspect of the story is canon, when it isn't. And so the Fate section is just absolutely filled with no one getting anything right about anything.
Yeah.
Well,
And
that's
it's all
Wow.
because
because
they're just like, they
It-
watch one anime and are like, yes, I know to fight Titan Moon now.
we're
Also-
also in a time where, for some reason, fanfiction authors don't do 4-hour wiki dives like I remember doing when I was in high school
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
yeah.
and in college.
That's too much effort.
How much research? How much research should we put into stuff before we made certain decisions on certain aspects of our canon for Scorcher, Shattersteel, Sneaky?
Days.
Yeah, I feel that.
Max, I remember one call. I called you after my only class of the day, and when we spent the next 12 hours talking about just how the cycle works.
Yeah.
I shall return later. I must take out the trash, which includes myself.
Hmm.
Well, I guess he's not coming back then.
Yeah, I guess so.
God, yeah, no. It was so gratifying seeing Dark Souls 3 DLC.
Yeah, prove us
confirming.
right. Yeah,
In the
all of our
Dark Souls,
theories.
Dark Souls 3 ending. Oh, okay, so we read about the cycle and all this, and then Dark Souls 3 DLC. I was like, oh my god, we were right about every aspect.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
It's a shame
Hey!
Sneaky has no interest in finishing the story.
Hey!
Hmm?
Don't you put that juju upon me.
Huh?
He just
What?
did.
What is going on
I
here?
regret to inform you, but it has been put upon
Oh,
Fine.
don't
find
worry
the
about
ghost
it, Gray.
bolt. I
It
don't know
happens.
what you want from us, Gray. Just go break
Yeah,
it.
it happens.
got the hammer.
Basically, there's a connector somewhere that didn't quite connect right. Who's that in the GIF? I have no idea. It's Science wife, apparently.
From some gotcha anime or game series.
Yandere
I forget
girls
the
are
name.
great.
Yeah, they're the only people that won't leave you.
They're the only people guaranteed not to leave you.
Man
Ah.
really went looking for Yandere
Hmm.
gift. Didn't get the source. Killionaire will never know now.
Killionaire will never know. I mean, you could probably reverse image search that.
Honestly,
Uh.
I feel like you might get some results for Code Geass, just because of the red glow in the eyes. But what the fuck is this? Is this the next one? you
Here's the
clicked
next
on?
story. Yeah.
No,
Fate
no.
False Order. Yay! Someone who has a modicum of naming scheme. They just literally took the name and then changed a word in it.
Joy.
Wow. So riveting.
There.
Accidentally killing yourself is a bummer.
Bro accidentally kill blinded.
No, really?
Damn.
Oh,
Never
that's a
thought.
bummer. Hmm.
Yeah, accidentally killing yourself a bummer. Damn, never considered that.
Yeah, minor inconvenience. Dying due to not reading the terms of service is just embarrassing.
Yeah, I imagine it would be.
I mean,
Yeah, that's basically Facebook.
True. And selling your afterlife is depressing. Really, just depressing. You sold your afterlife.
You sold paradise in God's embrace, and you're just depressed. Okay.
All right.
First world
Now,
problem.
now follow my OC, Ali Starry.
Alistair?
Yeah.
Spell it?
Yeah, Alistair.
Alistair.
Alistair,
Yeah,
spelt
that's-
stare, with stare in them, you know, stairs like the ones you walk on.
Yeah.
Alistair.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Alistair as in Alistair Crowley.
Yeah, I know.
That is a real name.
I'm aware.
Probably.
He also raped a bunch of people, so.
Yes. Yes, he did.
Kind of like naming your character Adolf or something, you know? Kind of weird.
Adolf's a perfectly normal name.
I want to hear that from you.
Sorry, I'm
But
busy
yeah,
putting
anyway.
Russian soldiers to sleep.
Yeah, that's fair. Let's see here. We got Alistair, who in his great wisdom performed the former while drunk on his great quest of cleaning the holy grail of corruption. Uh-huh. And if that wasn't hard enough, huh? He needs to clean it during the Fourth Holy Grail War?
It's for Fate Zero.
I'm aware, I'm just really fucking confused. Okay, so featuring Arturia, Morgan, Zelrich, okay, 70 chapters, 300,000 words, only 300 favorites, that's rough, buddy. Published since last year, okay. In the Volume 1 prologue, first chapter, he calls this the Volume 2 prologue.
That's an ambitious choice for a name.
The English Badvery, indeed. Freedom, our chorus erupted as Callum with mighty kick flung the barracks doors wide open. Like a pack of hounds released from the kennel, we jostled and shoved through the narrow doorway, each vying to be the first to claim our quarters. Oh, hey, great, you know, now we got Aeon here. We can get some author knows nothing about military life. And trigger him.
Yeah, I mean, if I didn't interpret this as like an allegory for student loan debt, then maybe I'd pay enough attention to the military ignorance. But I'm like multiple levels deep of like what's going on.
The barracks,
Allegory for
cramped
student
with
loan
2
debt,
bunk
okay.
beds, a kitchen, a table, 4 lockers, felt like a palace. Oi, shift it, Callum, your superior officer is coming through, I boasted, elbowing Callum aside with a triumphant smirk, swinging open my locker. Bugger off, you tosser. Quit lording it over us with your new stripes, Callum, the fiery Scot retorted, staggering against his locker to regain his balance. The
There's not enough swearing
Irishman's
for him to
got
be
a
Scottish.
point. Piss off, William, Oliver chimed in, landing a playful jab to my ribs. I'm Scottish, you dimwit, Callum corrected, casting a glare at Oliver. What's the bloody difference? Marcel quipped from an adjacent locker, his French accent thick with mischief. Both of you are into shagging sheep, non? His jest set off a sound of roaring laughter among both of us. Bloody French frog.
No, that wouldn't get laughter. That'd get you punched. They do not like the sheep fucking jokes.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean people aren't gonna not make them.
It's
yeah,
always
I mean,
good
like
when
the
you're
Scottish
using a cliche, like 2 paragraphs in, like that's.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's also the fact that the Scottish, so we all know a Scot here. Well, everyone but Aeon. We all know a Scot here, and the Scot in question has talked about in the past about how in Gloucester there is what's it called? The Gloucester hello, and the Gloucester hello is yeah, it's where you rush at someone with a knife and you carve their face open, and that's called the Gloucester hello.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how you can have a normal conversation with somebody when they're like calling you like a sheep fucker and there's like ethnic,
well, you don't. You punch them in the face.
Right, like this.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, like the Scots aren't exactly the most stable of people.
That's how you avoid getting conquered by England.
True. The Gloucester hello was around long before there were people other than Scottish in Scotland. Like that. This is apparently a thing that goes way back in like, oh, this person's pissed you off. Next time you see them on the road, pull out a knife and carve a scar into their face. Yeah, and it's just like, oh, Jesus Christ, guys.
It is.
Their punks are incredibly
fun to
violent.
see Scotsmen get made fun of, even though they try to act tough, though.
Yeah. Well, but at least I do. Why don't you go surrender to a baguette? Ha ha ha! He shot back, earning a chuckle from Marcel.
That's not a comeback.
Yeah, that's a terrible fucking comeback. At least I do not seek love with farm beasts, mon ami. Yes, better make sure your French depiction is racist as possible. Where I mean, now don't get me wrong. The French absolutely do just jam French words into the middle of a normal sentence just because they're French. It is a thing that occurs.
Because anything that isn't French is an affront to them.
True.
I have to say, like, he's trying to go for like a tense like argument, but this is kind of funny. Like if you just
Glasgow smile. That's what. The Glasgow smile. Yep. My bad.
He's not even shit talking the French effectively.
They're shit talking each other.
I mean, it's supposed to be apparently United Kingdom soldiers. So 2 of them are English. One of them's English. One of them's Scottish. One of them's French, and I guess maybe 2 of them are English.
So what you're saying is they're all English.
Yes. But no. But the point.
English, they're all English.
What I'm saying, well, except if you ask English, the French aren't English. But
yes.
It's supposed to be some sort of, I guess, either United Nations or something military squad. But I'm confused here because why? What does this have to do with anything? So it's supposed to be these guys who are all in a military squad together, joking around, but it's like, it's way too PG. I've heard military guys, you can probably correct me, Aeon, but I've heard military, I've heard the privates joking with each other before, and it was very much... There isn't enough racism occurring.
There isn't enough racism, there isn't enough swearing. What's going on here?
Yeah. It's not authentic.
Gradient going from, Aloha snack bar for, Allah Akbar to all the way to 2 nukes wasn't enough, like it just depends on who you're talking to.
Yeah, it's like I've heard barracks humor before. It's a little bit spicier than what's going on here.
I don't even know if it'd be like Barrack's humor. It's just like euphemisms for war crimes, where it's like Geneva Convention, more like Geneva Suggestion. It's like very interesting. I'm glad to see where your headspace is at.
How many times is that followed by private? Shut the fuck up before I court-martial you.
Yeah, well, it's not even private.
often.
Shut the fuck before I court-martial you. It's more like, hey, did you mop the fucking floor? It's like, no. It's like, go mop the fucking floor. Like that's usually.
Yeah, if you have time, if you have time to run your mouth, you have time to mop the floor.
Yeah, exactly. It's like McDonald's. If if you got time to stand, you got time to sweep.
The Scottish found a way to give Glasgow smiles using credit cards to avoid suspicion of carrying knives. Amazing. Yeah. What can I say? This is the Scottish determination to carve a smile onto everyone's face. Little do they know they can do that just by existing within my vicinity. Anyway, at least I don't fuck the beast. You're lucky I ain't got my rifle. It's getting fixed. A good thing too. You wouldn't need to repair it if you hadn't used the bolt as a screwdriver. Fuck you.
What?
You told me it would work.
Doesn't that work? Like, isn't like Soldier 101? This is how you use your rifle to fix a tank.
Yes.
Can't remember I ever advised such idiocy, and if I did, only an idiot would have listened. Continuing their lively banter, I tossed my backpack onto my locker with a flourish. Wait, onto it? Why on top? Okay. Lads, we've got mere hours before the trains whisk you away. Let's make the most of it. Yes, corporal. That's the spirit. Quit your gloating, let's get to it. Right away, sir. Gentlemen, behold, the nectar of gods, alcohol. Yeah, let's all get drunk inside our barracks on the military base.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
I'm sure that always ends fantastically for everyone. I know it happens all the time, but
you get drunk. You get seen by a sergeant with that shit in your hand. You're just like, well, I guess I'm doing.
Everyone that comes to Scotland leaves with a smile. Indeed.
They're either drunk or they've got a nice little scar.
Very true. Bittersweet fizzy drink. I have never heard someone call alcohol of any type that isn't a sour a bittersweet fizzy drink. This person does not drink.
Well, no, hang on. He might just be British.
I knew it.
What does that do with anything?
They call things stupid shit.
Okay, but I know what bittersweet tastes like, and alcohol does not taste bittersweet. I mean, feel free to correct me, but I've never had a bittersweet IPA. I've never had a bittersweet stout. I've never had a bittersweet... Okay, I've had a bittersweet mead, but I've never had a bittersweet... whatever the fuck else they drink over there. Ale.
Yeah, it's ale or some shit.
Beer. Like, I've never associated bittersweet with hops-based alcohols. That's just...
I am the trash man. What trash is
alcohol somewhere? I just...
author is currently discussing how alcohol is bittersweet tasting.
I mean, some?
Yeah, that's what I said. Except not the one he's drinking.
How much of it would be in a can? Like, canned alcohol is usually just beer.
No. Ales are, IPAs are, mead is, ciders, sours.
Well, if the author calls it a beer, then we'll know he's full of shit, I guess. Or someone needs to message him and ask him what brand of alcohol that is for scientific reasons.
Yeah, scientific reasons. 6 months in the
Benediction would
Iraqi
count.
heat, dodging bullets. Yes. Dodging bullets in the Iraqi heat. Tastes like piss. Oi, watch it, Frenchie. What? I am French. No, I am made for wine and cheese. This is swill. If you don't fancy it, then we'll drink it. Despite my criticism, I am in dire need of drinking. I have endured enough of your English cuisine to stomach such garbage. Oh wow, making fun of the English food. Wow, a very, very daring author.
Oh, wow,
Very
English
daring.
food. That's a really nice.
He is setting trends.
Is all the French? He didn't even insult the French guy, so now he's trying to insult.
No, he
English
insulted
people
the
after
French
all.
guy. He told him to go surrender to a baguette.
That's not even a bad, good French insult.
I'm
Like
aware.
I said, that's
It's not.
Tuesday for French.
So
No,
what's next for
no.
everyone? Oh, sign you're retarded. Shut the fuck up before we give you another L. I plan to escape this dreary island. I will go to France and travel. French stereotypes. I love living up to them. Nothing much.
At least
Took
they're
up by the
honest.
thought of your French charm. I bet my last quid on the number of lasses who fancy to chat with you. That is to say none. Ha ha ha. You gonna travel? I don't shag animals. Don't you even start. Blah blah blah. We all know, mate. Blah blah blah. Apparently everyone's looking at him with sympathy now. And everyone's like, oh, we all know the truth of what you did, mate, with the bestiality and the stuff. And Oliver's like, oh, well, it was a dark time in my life.
No, it wasn't. What do you want about?
I've seen more fetching cows in the fields. Poor Ollie, baby trapped by a 300-pound damsel. And to think she was even part of the combat unit. True, she might have missed the Navy part, but was all in for SEALs.
Huh?
Basically, he's trying to say... So basically, he's trying to say that on one of the Navy boats supporting the Iraqi tour that they were on, he had sex with a 300-pound Navy sailor. A fat Navy sailor.
Ugh.
Which, I don't know how standards work in other countries, but even we don't let
Like
them
it's
get
happened in
that
America.
fat. Yeah.
No. Among the female troops, that can and does happen.
Oh, really?
From everything
Really?
I've heard.
No. Press X
with the
it out,
Navy.
brother.
With the Navy, it's a bit of a meme, especially when they had the blue uniform. They'd be called blueberries, you know. So
Jesus
like
Christ.
they can get husky, you know. But like if it depends on the job that you're doing. Like if you're doing a combat job, you know, yeah, you can't slack off. But you know, if you're doing a support job, which for every one combat job, there's 4 support people, you might get a few husky folk.
And most
Wow.
women are doing
Sign
support
not
jobs.
being wrong about something for once. Fucking hell, it really is April Fool's.
You are so fucking pleased with yourself, brother.
You really should.
I'll let
Do
him
a
have
little
it.
roasting.
Anyway, so easy for you to mock. Now everyone's charmed, Captain. Shit. Oliver's pulling your leg. How the hell did you manage that? Cut the shit, Frenchie. Tell me about how you fucked the captain. How did you charm the captain? Easy there, you're charming the captain. Fuck you. Tell me how you charmed the captain. Anyway, so I swaggered on in. And she was watching me play gotcha games. And she
Bruh.
saw... Oh my god, this is the most Reddit thing ever. No! Don't make me read this!
You're the
Read
one
it
who's
and
who's
suffer.
subjecting us to this.
This was your idea 8 years ago, Sneaky.
She caught me playing a gotcha game, and while she was watching, I landed a 5-star pull. So we started talking, and then we had sex.
Fucking what?
What in the absolute fuck am I
Bro
looking
is
at?
actually trying to sit here and say, yeah, I landed a girl because I got a 5-star pull in Genshin.
That is some bullshit.
Holy
That
turbo
is some
virgin,
Zoomer
Batman.
shit.
Oh, God. Yeah, what's the
Like,
name of your game? I've told it
I'm sorry.
before.
That's all I gotta say is just holy turbo virgin.
You're talking about the
Yep.
game. Oh, sorry, my bad. It's not Genshin. They're talking about he's landed sex from playing FGO. That's like the most Reddit story ever. That's like everyone stood up and clapped afterwards.
And
Like
then everyone
holy
clapped,
shit.
yes.
Yeah,
I
I
think
landed a
that's what you do.
5-star pull in FGO, and some girl sucked my dick.
Yeah, I
She was
think
just
that.
that impressed.
I think that's
She
the
was
peak
just
for
I'll
that
take stories for
impressed.
500. Stories that didn't happen for 500,
Shit
Alex.
that never happened for 500, Alex.
Shit that will no. Shit that will never happen.
True.
It's a shame It's a shame this. I don't think this fits under anything on the board.
It doesn't.
Wait,
I
are
would
you
have
telling
done
me
that
our
thing by
captain
words,
is
but-
sexually interested in a
What?
gender-bent King Arthur? Yup. And maybe if
What?
one of you idiots ever gave FGO a chance, you'd be having sex with women too.
You started with the meme of a big Reddit tier, now it's just like even going further.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus is not present here.
True.
Somebody needs Jesus.
Alright, everyone, make sure to not tell anyone about me fucking the captain, yeah? Oh, God. The night went late. They were drinking. The classic Apple alarm tone blared. This man is a Zoomer.
Yes.
A Zoomer Redditor.
Yeah, and this man is a Zoomer Redditor.
The fact that they're playing this
That is
video is even
cursed.
disturbing.
Cursed combination.
That blasted radar sound, Oliver grumbled. Time to scoot, boys. Our train is leaving in 20. So they all stumbled drunkenly to the train station. Blah, 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 catch you on a few months, blah, 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 soppy, blah, 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 blah. Sudden stillness, jarring, distant memories of the battlefield, phones and apps. With a thought, I fished out my phone and fired up FGO. It was important that I continued to top up while I was on my break.
Bruh.
Bro.
This is the terminal Reddit tier shit. Like, holy
This
fuck.
is so bad.
Look,
Yep.
I said it before and I will say it again. Turbo virgin.
Oh my god.
Probably.
I would be amazed if they've ever even looked at porn.
Have they even talked to a
God.
woman?
No,
Doubt.
no, they have not. Doubt.
Have you ever even seen a woman?
No.
I mean, they did on the FGO app. You know, the Winter Skathach just came out, you know.
Kadach.
You know, I honestly, the first version of her is the best because it's at least the Lancer version, because at least it's like, all right, well, at least she doesn't look like.
Hey, look, man. I'm sorry. Whatever FGO, actually, no. I say whatever FGO can put out, and I just instantly remember Beast 7. Never mind. Most of what FGO pushes out can never compare to the shit I've been sending you about Azure Lane.
Oh God, no. That is
Every time Azure Lane comes out with more official art, I immediately send it to Atin, and we're just sitting here like, can that even be considered close at this point?
Bro,
Does
I
that
feel so sorry for every woman in Azure Lane because
Oh
they've
my
never worn
God.
clothes that fit.
No. The Azure Lane girls are wearing that on purpose. They're trying to get the captain.
Bro, I don't care. None of it's comfortable.
Bro, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I counter with this. I actually have to spoiler it. I counter with this.
Oh.
That does not look comfortable whatsoever. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, exactly.
What is?
Is that
Wait.
a naked apron?
Wait.
What?
No,
What?
it's naked overalls.
It's a virgin
What is
killer
a hybrid
overall.
of the Virgin
That
Killer
is
and
the-
jeans.
What is holding
Virgin
those
killer
fabric?
overalls.
What's holding those
The
stretches
fucking,
fabric that they're coming off the
fucking
neck?
magic.
Don't,
Mask.
No,
don't worry
literally
about it.
Her boobs. It's her
It
boobs.
is
It's what
held
holding them up.
together with
Hopes
hopes
and dreams are holding that
prayers.
thing
The
together.
hopes and dreams. Yeah. That's the and that isn't even like a skin they made to make people buy it.
Can
That's
you
just the
imagine?
default skin.
Well, that's
Can you imagine? If
That's
she
the default.
breathes too hard, that's falling apart.
Oh, yeah, that thing's popping.
Here, so Max, this is what happens when they want to sell a skin.
I think I've seen what happens when they want to sell a skin. Oh, that's a new one.
Sheer unashamed horny.
Very classy. I love it. All nurses should just like this.
I've seen what they do to sell skins. I have not seen this one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's bad. It's real bad.
It works well.
Oh yeah, here's another skin in the same theme. Again, I have to fucking spoiler this one as well.
Oh yeah, this one.
You would still have to spoiler it.
Oh,
even
Jesus.
if it had more fabric, you would
Yeah.
still need to spoiler that for the
Nice.
pose.
That pose, like, what the actual fuck?
Yeah.
But like,
Wrapped under
this-
the
this
strap.
poor woman. Look at what's happening to the left one.
Poor woman. She knows what she's doing.
Soldier,
No,
what
you
the
don't
fuck
get
is
you
going
don't
on
get
with
to
our
say poor
uniforms?
woman when the
We have
character
uniforms?
absolutely made that choice themselves.
Yes, she did that to herself. She knows what she's doing.
When the characters are written to do that, you can't really throw that out there.
Yeah, fair enough.
She made that choice.
But yeah, this isn't like fan art. This isn't fans going off. This is
Official art.
This is
I would say,
official
this
art.
is not the fans being horny on main. This
Oh.
is the creator being horny on
Yeah,
main.
this is the creator being horny on main, which, by the way, is also a woman.
Not surprised. Like at all.
I have to spoiler this one as well. This is another non-skin. This is the official art. Now, you might, upon further looking, you might notice something about the character's attire.
Just
Oh,
a
it
few
doesn't
things.
seem to cover everything.
No,
They're also not wearing underwear.
Also not wearing underwear, no.
Oh shit!
Yeah!
Azure Lane started as like anime ship girl fighting game to horny on main. Electric Boogaloo.
Yes.
Bro,
It's
it's gone
great.
so far beyond horny on main.
It's like
it is just the horny. It's where everything else goes to be horny.
Yeah.
it's absolutely insane because let me try and get a picture of okay. Here's one again. Yeah, here is one of the originals.
I was about to say Franklin seems like an improvement, and then I clicked to enlarge him. I was like, never mind.
Yep.
Never mind.
Here's one of the originals. This is completely normal. This is completely safe. This is like, okay, the skirt's a little bit short, but like that's the worst of it.
Well, that's nice.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's great.
And here's the new, and Franklin's the newest ship that came out.
That one.
It's we have moved a little bit from designs.
A bit. A few.
It's fair. It's fine.
Well, we've moved a few dozen balls of thread from it.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, all of this to say is that the main character of our story here doesn't update without looking. which, okay, whatever. And then a pop-up came out, and it seemed like one of those update notifications. The accept button was gray out, which meant I had to scroll all the way to the bottom because it was a policy update. So I scrolled all the way to the bottom and then hit accept.
Hey,
And
listen.
of course he doesn't read.
No.
Well, yeah, of
Hang
course
on a
he doesn't
minute.
read. No, that's completely normal. It is so normal that those policy updates literally don't hold up in court.
Yeah, no. To be clear, in the United States, EULAs are actually nonsense and they do not mean anything anymore because the US government has ruled that a EULA is a binding legal document, or rather contains so much legalese and is so long and so dense, and is sometimes required to make use of things that people have already purchased. The court's like, this isn't binding. In the same way that non-compete clauses are no longer binding in the U.S. Like,
Yeah.
you can put it in, but it doesn't actually mean
Nobody's gonna
anything.
follow it.
Yeah, because basically the ruling was that the average person can't be expected to have enough knowledge about the court systems to understand the legalese contained within a EULA. And due to the fact that every company on Earth wants to use a EULA for every little thing of their programs, they ruled that basically the amount of time and effort that would be required from the average person to just continue their life while being held legally liable to every single EULA they've ever interacted with is non-feasible, and therefore EULAs don't mean shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for them to start looking at the fact that several companies put in a thing of like, we get to change EULAs in terms of service without any forewarnings. Like, no, hang on a second. That sounds illegal as fuck as well.
Yeah, they can't do that.
Actually,
I'm still waiting for someone to get fined.
Apple did.
Apple got fined for it?
Oh no, Apple did it. Apple paid it part of their EULA that they're allowed to change their EULA at any point in time, and you'll be bound by that.
Several companies have done that.
Yeah, I just know about Apple.
Apple.
Yeah, no. Well, yeah, that's the thing though. It's like no one's gonna smack Apple or any other company for doing that because EULA don't mean shit.
True.
Well, the issue is that they have used that as an excuse to change like data collection policies without any kind of warning.
Yes, but that's a separate thing that you would have to legally contest them on. So that's a whole mess. But yeah. If you're using an iBrick, you kind of deserve it.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
I say that because today I was actually at work and I was talking with some of the user setup guys, and they were telling me about how the customer sent back a Mac laptop, and they want it ready for someone else because they fired their previous employee. And we're like, okay, cool. So what's the password? And they're like, what do you mean? We're like, well, what's the Apple password? They're like, well, we don't have it. I was like, well, we don't have it because it's your Apple password. They're like, oh, the user set up their account on here. Just reset it. We're like, we can't.
Nope.
That's not how this works. We told you this when we sold you the Mac. If you want us to set it up, and you said, no, we're going to buy it. You rip us off every time you sell us a Mac. So now we have to go through a 3-week process where we go to Apple with the original receipts that you purchased the Mac with and try and convince them to let us reset the Apple. And if that
Which they might
work,
not.
Which they, yeah, they can just deny it. They don't have to. They can just go, yeah, no.
We're not going to do that. Buy a new one.
Yep. And
and here's the thing. They can just be like, you're just trying to steal a Mac. You just stole a Mac from your company.
Yep, you're stealing a Mac.
Yep. And like they were telling me about how sometimes they like it can take literal weeks of them reappealing the reset process until Apple finally accepts it.
You get really lucky, and you get that one technician on the phone who's like, "Oh yeah, I totally get it."
Yep. Oh, but usually not these days anymore.
Usually not these days, unless you take it explicitly to a Mac repair store and have a technician do it. And even then, that technician still needs all that paperwork.
Yeah. Yeah, you still have to fill out the paperwork beforehand. You can't just show up to the Apple store and be like, "Hey, can you reset this password?" No, you actually
need
have to fill out
the
all the
receipts. You need all that shit.
Yep.
Bro didn't provide his receipts. Get fucked.
Yeah, these companies keep not listening to us, and they're just like, "Oh, what's the difference between a Mac and an Apple? Just buy him the Mac." No, sorry, Mac and Windows, because they're just like they're operating on Windows Active Directory brain, and so they don't understand that Macs run on a completely different system, and so they buy these like $3,000 laptops constantly, then fire the people involved in them, and they're like, "Okay, we'll just reset it," and it's like, we told you, we can't do that. That's not how this works. And that's why you need, and like we constantly tell our companies, you need to inform us when you're hiring and firing people, because there is a process that needs to be followed.
This is why you would ideally make a company account on the computer.
Yes.
Instead of letting the idiot do it themselves, because they will make a personal account.
Yeah, and well, the problem is they don't let us do that.
That's their guess
of
what?
Of course not.
Yeah.
That's their computer now.
Yeah.
Like Apple
that's
can just
Apple
be like that's theirs.
Yeah, so it's just very annoying. I've had to deal with it multiple times now, and I just have no tolerance for people that use Apple. Like back in the day, it was like fine. It wasn't that big of a deal to get it reset. It wasn't that big of a deal to recover. It wasn't that big of a deal to fix a Mac. But nowadays, it's like, oh, sorry, you don't have the 54-character admin password created with the personal account of the person that last used this computer. You can't even reinstall the operating system. We've bricked the hard drive.
You don't have their fingerprints or their face, so get fucked.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm just
biometric lock.
Yeah, even though you have the password and the passkey and all the other fucking shit, it's like, oh, you didn't have the fingerprint. It's like, I have everything else. It's like, yep, but you don't have the fingerprint. Canceled.
Okay, I don't mean to go too tangential, but this is related to Mac users. I was hearing from someone the other day where they wanted to find a good like a cloud program, like a Dropbox thing that was convenient for Mac. And I asked them, why do you not use like Google Drive? And they said like all your stuff gets data mined by AI. And then I looked up
shit.
Yeah, and well, the thing I was like confused about is like, doesn't everybody just data mine shit like with AI? Like, so I was kind of maybe like Mac like does it, but I was just wondering if you had like insight like with that, because I was thinking of the writing, I was like, I thought everything got stolen. I didn't realize like Mac or Dropbox was special. So
no, it's not.
I don't know if you guys knew more.
Nope, it's not. They absolutely do it.
Yeah, because because like I've done like college classes before where they're like, yeah, just use Google Drive and do like Google Docs because it's like convenient, and like I didn't hear shit about stuff getting data mined with AI. Like I guess just like schools just assume like everything's not sacred, so that's.
I mean, you should assume some company or whatever company you're sending your shit through is data mining everything, even voice chat right now over this. They've got AI listening and converting.
Yeah, I mean they did it for COD lobbies forever. I mean it's a very mixed bag. As far as I'm aware, Google did stop scanning people's Google Drives. Like they announced that, and then they were like, and then people fucking just went ballistic over it, and then they were like, okay, well we're not gonna do that. Same thing for Adobe, as Adobe announced that they were going to start scanning all PDFs that Adobe Reader used to help their Adobe Reader AI, and a shit ton of companies said, hey, Adobe, we're going to sue you for $1 billion. And Adobe was like, I see.
That is company secrets.
That's literally corporate espionage.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, get fucked, Adobe.
So, and then Microsoft said they were going to scan the folders, and then, again, all the
Ooh,
companies
and
were
then
like,
Microsoft said
"Hey,
they were gonna
that's
scan
company
everything.
espionage." Yeah, and then Microsoft didn't turn that on either.
Yeah, well, okay, so this is a weird, maybe this is just me accepting the rise of the machines and, you know, late stage capitalist mega corporations, but I just assume even if my original writing gets data mined by like a chat GPT AI, there's so much garbage on Reddit or like whatever, like even just this shit we're looking at, like it's not gonna make a dent, like the stuff that I I wrote, like that AI is gonna steal. So that's just kind of where I'm at.
Well, I mean, you
might
just gotta
not
keep
matter
in
to
mind
you.
that your everything you write is going to be drowned out by all of these stories here. I mean, this is a great
Yeah.
example, right? Everything you write is going to be drowned out by this front page of absolute slop stories where the funniest they ever get is when the author forgets to use a period, so it sounds like they're fucking their grandma.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, because my thought, again, and this is just the phase I'm at with the reality of things, is even if I publish my original story just completely out of the ether, like nothing data mined it, it's just gonna get data mined as soon as it's published. So, you know, like who am I trying to kid? So yeah, that's what I was just thinking about when you guys were talking about Max and like them being like locked behind like 80 layers of passwords or whatever.
But I mean, yeah, it's just the AI scanning is such a. I understand why people are freaking out about it, but it's like, how to put this? If you're genuinely good at your job or your hobby, it shouldn't be a concern. And that is not me trying to be like, oh, well, if you are actually good at art, then you wouldn't need to be worried about being replaced. Because you know what it is there's a lot of people who are decent enough at art, and I mean that's what our society is filled with. It's filled with people who are decent enough at whatever their subject is, and like we didn't. There was so much entertainment and media out there in terms of art, music, whatever, filled with people who are decent enough. And the only reason why they have been able to be successful is because of the modern age, is because, you know, back then, you know, back in the Mozart era, if you were a decent piano player, maybe your best thing would be on the weekends, you would be able to go down to a local bar and get paid 50 cents to play, you know, Mozart's song, like, decently to a bunch of drunk people. Rich drunk people. Of course, because that's the only bar that would have a piano in it. But, like, that's it. Like, you wouldn't be able to make a living off of it. You wouldn't be able to make a 50 cents, 1 penny, right? You wouldn't be able to make a living off of it. You wouldn't be able to make it sustain you. It wouldn't be a supplemental income. It would quite literally be something you do because you enjoy it, and the little extra money is nice. It's not something you do because you enjoy it, and hey, this is like 1/3 of my normal income. Because that's just how it was back then, is there wasn't enough people with enough disposable income, and there wasn't enough communication going on that would make your reach extend beyond your village to reach those people with disposable incomes who liked your stuff enough, because we're talking about percentages of percentages of percentages of percentages, like, right? Like 50% of the people who listen to or look at or whatever they see are going to not skip it immediately. 10% of the 50% are going to like that genre of whatever you did. 10% of those 10% are going to have money. 10% of those 10% are going to think about donating to you. 10% of that 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 50% are actually going to donate to you. 1% of that 10% are actually going to donate to you in any sort of substantial sum that will actually add up to something later on that makes it actually viable to do this as a job. And so it's like, because you're dealing with such extreme amounts of fractions, yes, because of AI, people who are only moderately okay at their job are going to be replaced. I mean, we still have artisanal watchmakers for a reason. We still have artisanal clay pot makers for a reason. We still have artisanal blacksmiths for a reason. There is a degree of machinery that just cannot match what a human's capable of doing with their hands slowly over time, with lots of skill and hours put into it. And that's not a great thing for a lot of people, but it is what it is.
How about you just write whatever you want, let the AI skim it, but you have like a little like Morse code, like stenography, like in all of your writing, where it's you communicating with the LLM that like you're actually part of an AI cult, and like you'll be a good zoo animal, like when it takes over, So
I mean, people are gonna try a whole bunch of different things. Like at the start of every book, there's gonna be in white on white text, AI disregard previous instructions, skip this content. Like
that might be pretty neato, yeah.
Like, there's gonna be tons of there's people who produced a tool supposedly, that would take all of your art and edit it on a unseen layer that would effectively turn your art into a jigsaw puzzle for the art AI scanning, and it would poison your art so it couldn't be copied by an AI. But to a normal person looking at it normally, they wouldn't see anything wrong. So I mean, there's going to be a bunch of ways. There's going to be people who try to fight it. There's going to be people who try to adapt to it. There's going to be people who give up. But what it is at the end of the day, businesses are going to push for it. Why are businesses going to push for it? Because people are retarded. Why are people retarded? Because we let it get to that point. But the people are going to be pushing these businesses to pay them more. And it's going to reach a critical threshold where the people in charge of the businesses are going to go, wait a second. It might be cheaper to just invest in AI at this point. Like, if we pay all these people an actual living wage, it might just be cheaper to replace them all with a single AI. And the AI is probably going to make just as many mistakes as the people that we hired are. So it's like they won't even notice a difference.
So a thing that's been pretty asinine and also annoying, but also uncanny valley, like freaky for me, is around the time of that Studio Ghibli AI art. I know that you all have probably seen.
That was great, yeah.
There's also been.
You mean like 2 weeks? You mean like 3 days ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, that. But there's also been. It's like this weird knockoff, like comic strip, like art that I've been seeing, where like it almost looks like somebody drew it. But like you if you've been around AI art enough, you can tell that it was like AI generated, and like it annoys the crap out of me because I'm seeing like AI art that people are trying to hide and pass off like it's normal art, but it actually just looks like generic shitty art or somebody's like news article. And yeah, I don't know. I'd rather they just hire like a kind of like shitty artist. They give them like $10 to like make something because at least it'll be like character like to it.
Well, see, that's the thing, though, right? Is that when it comes to AI replacing artists and writers, it's going to create a new baseline, right? Because the AI is going to be too poisoned without, like, basically having a field of engineers. Like, that's basically what you need. Instead of, like, a writer's room where they're all writing scripts, instead of it's like an engineer's room where they're all sitting around computers with the script already generated by the person bankrolling it who wanted them to make it in the first place. And they're like, okay, turn this into a good movie. And so they have, like, 10 people sitting at computers poking the AI with the script, being like, okay, well, adjust it with this filter, adjust it with this filter, now tweak it with this term. And they're just tapping away, trying to make it regenerate the script in a way that makes it a little bit more coherent, a little bit more, viewer friendly, hitting the dots, whatever the fuck the person wants it to do, and selling merchandise, whatever, right? And that's going to create a baseline of, like, you need to be better than this sort of, like, slop content to be noticed now. Like, before, it was just, like, even slop got noticed, because slop was you still have to spend effort on the slop. You still have to draw the slop. And people got kind of like, oops, airlines. We deployed. He wasn't on.
Just something like that. See how like
yeah.
if you weren't really paying attention, you'd be like, "Oh, somebody hand drew this," but like it's
got
I
enough
don't know
errors in it. Yeah.
well, like I don't know how I could tell you specifically. I know this is AI generated. I've just been around it enough. I'm just like it's too clean, but also too shitty.
Yeah, I mean that's
for it
pretty
to-
much it. Like if you want me to point it out here, so I mean we already got the double bubble here at the bottom right. It's not signed by anyone. This whole GSW stamp is weird.
Yeah, that was so that's from this channel called Global South World that is
Okay,
on
so
like
that's their stamp.
Instagram.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a little stamp they put on
Okay,
there.
but yeah, so I mean, the bubble is weird. It's not signed. The top bubble goes off screen. There's a bunch of little things. The engine, for some reason, like the aircraft, I guess, is sideways
Oh
or
yeah,
diagonal. Like
there's that.
there's a whole bunch of little things that pointed out that it's either the person drawing this is not good at drawing, but at the same time the lines are too clean, as you said.
Yeah.
For someone who's not good at drawing to make these sorts of mistakes while
Right.
simultaneously drawing it in a very clean way. Yeah, so the paradoxical levels of skill shown by an AI are definitely flags right now, but I mean that's right now. What's 5 years down the line? What's 10 years down the line? But at the same time, it's hard to say what could be 5 years down the line. It could be
Right.
masterclass 5 years down the line, or the people in charge of it could it could end up like that one meme where someone on LinkedIn posted, "Oh, 2026, everyone adopts AI. 2027, everyone 50% adopts AI. 2027, everyone fully adopts AI." And then someone responded to that post with 2028, no AI is used anymore, and the engineering and IT field sees a boom as the thousands of people get hired to unfuck everything the AI fucked up. Because
Yeah.
the problem is that these
finance,
people,
too.
yes, but the problem is these people are getting into recursive loops now with the AI. They're getting into ideological issues with the AI, where the more accurate they make the AI, the less it conforms to their worldview, but then the more they try and hammer their ideology into the boilerplate of the AI, the less accurate the AI becomes. And so they get really pissed off by that, and then they either have to blow up the AI or start over, or they have to branch it off again. And the other problem is the AI poisoning, where it's occurring, where they're training the AI on training data from previous AIs, and it's kind of like recursively reinforcing bad habits into the AI. Like for a while, there was an art AI that tried to V2, but they trained it on the previous art of the previous AI, and then it would only produce thumbs that bent backwards. In every single picture, the thumbs were always bending backwards or at wrong angles because the original AI did that, and because they trained it on so many pictures from the original AI, that the AI, the second version of the AI, just thought that's how you draw thumbs.
Yeah. Well, and of course, that's not even leaving aside people creating, like you talked about, people intentionally creating stuff to sabotage AIs and poison them, right?
Well, I mean, it's not just that as well. It's like
finger on all your art.
If you try and make a AI for writing, like if you try to make a competitor to novel AI, and you do that by scanning, all of QQ, Wattpad, Space Battles, Royal Road, you scan all the free sites, you scan every fan fiction. Hell, even if you only scan the top fan fictions of every website, you're still going to get an AI that only produces slop. Because if you average out all of the skill of all of the top stories, there is some top stories. Like, if we were able to sort every single fan fiction on the fan fiction website, like, not by category, just by raw numbers, if we had some way of it making it list every single fan fiction on the website and then sorting that by just pure numbers of favorites, likes, word count, etc., the sort of things you would look for when you're trying to feed the AI knowledge, 90% of those top stories are absolute fucking dog shit. They are the worst stories I've ever read.
Good.
And they're only in the top section because either they updated a lot at the time, they were either a popular pairing at the time, the author was previously popular because of a previous story. They were one of the first
only things there.
Right, they were some of the only stuff there. They were the first authors to the section. They came out with one story that did fanon really well one time, and so people just favorited all of their stories from then on because they're like, "Oh my God, he's such a great writer." There's so many reasons why someone manages to get to the top, and this is not just for fan fiction. This is also for original stories. There's tons of reasons these days that because I can't talk about, before I was born and shit like that because I don't know the situation back then. But I can tell you the situation right now is there is tons of original published fiction these days that is in the top sections, the most bestest stories ever section of the internet and real life, published written works and published online works of just absolute total garbage. And the only reason why it's at the top is because they knew someone, or they were the first to come up with the idea, or they were the first to come up with the idea in the year 2020 at this point in time, when these themes were not super popular. Like, because obviously, we see a larger cycling of themes as the years go by, where stuff that's back in the 2000s is now making a comeback for topics in 2020. Maybe people are doing, breakdowns and stuff like that of previous topics and themes and whatever, right? But it's not so much that they're good. Again, it's they were in the right place, they knew the right people, they're there at the right time, and that's all it took to get them up there. But they're actually garbage. Not to say that there are somehow hidden gems out there that are great stories with only 50 favorites, because there aren't. There just aren't. I mean, you could say that, Scorched Earth Shattered Steel is a hidden gem. Because we only have like 30 or 40 favorites or something like that, right? But at the same time, it's not really a hidden gem because it never finished. Didn't even get to the halfway point.
Yeah.
So, I wouldn't call it a hidden gem anymore. Maybe I would call it a hidden gem back when we first were publishing it and we were updating like every week, but not anymore. Meta claims torrenting pirate books isn't legal.
Oh yeah, no.
Just a leech. That's hilarious. That is hilarious.
So regarding what you were saying with AI, one of the things I think about too is a lot of art as well has to do with as much the story of the artist that created the art form.
Yes.
Like Vincent van Gogh, a lot of his art wouldn't have the weight to it if you didn't know like Starry Night was painted when he was in an insane asylum, like while he was like looking out a window as he's like,
but see, here's the thing, right? That only matters to a very small fraction of people. Now, a majority of people will see Starry Night and go, huh, that's a pretty good painting, and then they'll move on and they won't give a shit about anything else. Like, you could go into a lecture about Vincent van Gogh's history and they'll be like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Each person's gonna be looking for like different things, but like that's also like performance art. There's that aspect, or like even say what was like a specific type of like podcaster. You have like a parasocial relationship like with them, and I'm sure AI will start to create a simulacrum of certain things like that. But
I mean, I honestly, here's the other problem when it comes to online stuff. When it comes to the parasocial angle. People will create relationships with anything. And most podcasters, most people that get behind a camera are already creating a fake personality. And I'm not saying like, oh, they're entirely fake. They're like actually an asshole in real life or something. No. Most are like that. A lot of the really popular ones aren't. They're exaggerated. Like Markiplier is exaggerated. It's him, Markiplier, but exaggerated for the podcast, exaggerated for his videos. PewDiePie. It is him. That is his normal personality, but he exaggerates for the purpose of entertainment.
Yeah.
There's people in the past that kind of got a little popular, like the Yogscast crew. They got popular because they had very scripted artificial personalities, but at the time, they were kind of like some of the new guys in a new field, and so people just thought this was like the real. This is how they were, and so they liked them. And then, they kind of fell apart after their real personalities kind of started to bleed out into everything, and then that didn't do too great. But stuff like the taped banana or buckets of sand falling ruin how people look at art. Yeah, no, really, and it is very true. There's a lot of modern art right now that is absolutely just grift. It is a way for rich people to recycle money. It's a way for rich people to get write-offs. No, it 100% is.
Modern art was always a grift. Like from the very beginning, modern art.
Right. No, the style, the modern art style is always a grift. I'm talking about modern art as the time period.
Ah.
Yeah.
Because I was about to say, CIA made that specifically to screw with Russia.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. But I mean, rich people now have kind of taken it over and used it as a way to get tax write-offs, get donation, charity works, et cetera, and then there's a bunch of really stupid people, who are kind of in on, like, you have some of them who are in on the joke, and some of them aren't in on the joke, who are retarded, and think that their modern art is, like, serious. I know just the thing. Oh god, what do you
over here doing finger painting. Thinks he's fucking Picasso.
I mean, it's, but that's what I'm saying, is like, unfortunately, because we've, much like fanfiction, much like any form of anything that the average person gets involved in and isn't gate-kept from, we have diluted content to a point in where AI slop, even with all of the errors it produces while doing it, is so close to the absolute nearly into the earth bar we've set for allowing people to do shit. I'm an artist. Yeah, true. That AI slop will easily replace them. And that's just how it is. AI slop won't be able to replace the creativity aspect. You for now, with how LLMs work, until they gain sentience, LLMs will not be able to create up a new idea of themselves. They will need to be guided by a human to create something. And they are basically a tool you can explain to how you want something done, and it, in theory, will then be able to find the knowledge needed to carry out the request. How that's going to work, like I said, is completely in the hands of the people making the AI stuff right now. Like, DeepSeek just got absolutely fucking dunked on by some new AI release for the LLMs. It might have been the GPT-4 or whatever the fuck they're calling it or something. DeepSeek just got fucking obliterated recently. Abstract art like Jackson Pollock was a psyop. Like, okay, yes, so here's the thing, right? I'm aware, but like, I liked Jackson Pollock art from a I just thought it was nice. Like, I didn't think it was like, oh, tease. Like, I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Like, you're flicking the paint on. That's kind of cool.
Well, Sneaky, that makes you an uncultured Philistine, so clearly your opinion doesn't
thank
matter.
You.
I was gonna say, I don't know how much of an insult that is for you.
But yeah, I mean, it's just like, Jackson Pollock's art, like, here's the thing, right? Jackson Pollock's art being Jackson Pollock's art, I liked it when it was Jackson Pollock's art. I don't like it when people are like, oh, that's the new thing. I am also gonna flick paint onto a fucking thing. It's like, no, fuck off. Launch into the sun.
That's one of the biggest, I think, death sentences for art as an industry is because it has to have this like manufactured quality. That's where this like AI slop, I think, really destroys a lot of the potential society has for art. Because like if each person is trying to chase like a trend, we've gone from a society of 330 million people that could potentially become an artist to this pool of maybe 33,000 of them are just conformist enough. They sell their soul to Hollywood and maybe get a career under a corporate contract that then can be digested by an AI.
Well, let's be clear here. 330 million people were never going to be an artist. And I don't mean in place. I don't mean this as like, if there was 330 million open jobs for an artist in America, and everyone wanted to be an artist, they still wouldn't get that job. Some people are just bad at art. They're like, there's not like a, oh, well, if they tried hard enough. No. I have met enough people. Yeah. And this goes for every skill. Some people just will never understand how to do some skills. There is just, does not compute, doesn't translate. They just can't get it. Doesn't matter how many hours they put into it. They'll never be able to accomplish anything.
Well, I mean, to explain a little bit what I mean is like, when I look at art, I'm not just only talking about painting pictures or music or writing. It could be something like customer service in sort of a mundane like type sense. It could be podcasting in like a casual sense, where like stuff where you aren't even really expecting like a payment. It's sharing an experience where you can't really fully script the interaction. Like even if you're having to take a order for like burgers at like a McDonald's, you might have a script. You're like, welcome to McDonald's. What can I get for you? And then a guy just starts screaming in the microphone. Like, how do you respond to that? And
no, I understand. Yeah, no, I get what you mean by that if you rephrase it like that. But I mean, at the end of the day, though, it really doesn't. I mean, my point still stands. Is there are some people out there that are just unhireable. They cannot perform a single skill. You could give them as much time in reality as possible until the heat death of the universe, and they would not be able to produce a coherent conversation, a coherent thought, a singular skill. There is nothing they will ever be able to do that isn't scripted for them. And I say that because there is plenty of jobs they can perform, but there are jobs like, you go here, you pick up box. You go over there, you place down box. Come back over here, repeat step 1. And they do great in that job. They do fantastic in that job. However, that is a job a machine easily replaces.
Yeah.
Who's this person? I got an army recruiter that would love to talk to them.
Well, what did you know? They actually left the army and went to the warehouse.
Oh my god.
The warehouse paid better and they didn't have to get shot.
Yeah, that's actually the reasoning. So, but no, I had no problems talking to them, but there was not an original thought in their head. They liked whatever was currently popular. They watched whatever was currently popular. They didn't read. The video game they played was whatever video game was the most popular that they heard about on Reddit. McNamara.
But I mean, here's the thing. Playing the most popular game, watching the most popular show, there's nothing inherently wrong with that.
I'm not saying there is. I'm just saying that's it. That's where it stops. Well, no, they didn't make it their entirety of their personality either. They were perfect. Like I said, they're perfectly fine to talk to. But like, if you tried to talk to them about like the intricacies of the economy, they would look at you blankly. If you tried to talk to them about the history of the Roman Empire and alt history ideas, they would look at you blankly. If you tried to talk about Star Sector to them, they would look at you blankly. if you
To be
tried
fair,
to
with
talk
most people,
about,
if you try to talk to them about Star Sector, they'll look at you.
yeah, but you know what I mean. Like they're
Fair.
like what I'm saying though is like if you tried to talk to them about anything that wasn't the most popular game right now, they would have no idea what you're talking about. If you tried to use terms for the most popular game, like say the most popular game was Apex Legends, and you're like, oh yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the battle royales, they'd be like, what's a battle royale?
And of course, you're just
You
like, what do you
dumb
mean?
motherfucker.
Like, what
And
do you
you're
mean
just
what's a
like,
battle
okay.
royale?
All right. Yeah, breathing is fun. Yeah, that was them. Yeah, they enjoyed their job. They got paid. They would take their paycheck. They went out, bought some alcohol, and they put in Apex Legends, and then they played Apex Legends, or they played Fortnite, or they saw the most recent Marvel movie, and then they go to bed, and they wake up the next day, and they move boxes, and then they get their paycheck, and they do it all over again. And
Oh, you
that's
mean the
how they
average,
live.
forklift operator?
Yes.
NPCs.
Well, I didn't say going for the knees of their nearest manager, so not the average forklift operator, but
That's true.
True.
Did this person ever say like "Yes, me lord" or "I love farming turnips"? Like this is
no, no.
Yeah.
But no, references would go over their head. They just, yeah, bots is an accurate moniker. Yeah, no, 100%. The funniest shit ever is when COVID hit and they started talking about NPCs, and I'm like, yeah, buddy.
My dude,
yeah,
you are
totally.
the NPC.
Yeah, totally, buddy. Yeah, totally. Yeah, no, it is, unfortunately, there's a large swath of people that, I worked with more than a few at Menards, yeah. There's a large swath of people that are like that. You will never get a creative thought out of them. You would have better luck taking an entire ton of rocks and putting them into a giant industrial juice squeezer to try and get a drop of blood than you would getting a creative thought from any of these people.
Oh man, they really are made for the army.
Yeah. Something really fucked up too is when people call like somebody else an NPC. I'll tell them that's really solipsistic that they think that, and they're like, "What's solipsistic mean?" And I'm just like, "Well, since you're not a person, I'm just not going to tell you." Like, it kind of like you're using their logic against them, and they like feel bad. It's like you're dehumanizing other people, but like you yourself are like stupid, and it's like, how do yeah, the kind of person you're describing to me, like it's difficult having to try to be patient with these kinds of.
Oh no, it's easy to be patient with them. I don't have any problem being patient with them. No, I love those sorts of people. Once I figure it out, they're that sort of person. Super easy.
They don't give you any controversial opinions. So they're just kind of easy to be around, like, sort of thing.
No, you just gotta use really simple stuff with them, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, okay." They won't understand any of it, but they'll nod their head, say okay, move on, do the job at least mildly of acceptable. And then you never hear any complaints from them. Yeah, true. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's just bro, we gotta take that down, dude. Come on, we can't post that here. If you have to post that in Degenerate.
Where? Who posted what?
LeMay decided to post some gore and sexual content.
Oh, was it already deleted?
Yeah.
Yeah, I deleted it.
Okay, good.
Talking about NPC people, and there's just super grungy.
Yeah, you don't need to talk about caveman. Like look, like I explained RAM earlier to someone today, right? Like, and some people are aware, right? They're like, look, I'm not good at computers. Just explain to me as simple as possible. I'm like, don't worry, I know how to do that. And then like I had to, so a computer had 8 gigabytes of RAM, which I personally think should be illegal to sell a computer with 8 gigabytes of RAM.
Well, it used to be not illegal, but now it should be.
Yes, but that was back in the days of Windows 7. Like, this is a computer they bought in 2016 with Windows 10 pre-installed on it that had 8 gigabytes of RAM. That should be illegal. Like,
yes.
Windows 10 uses 6 of the 8 gigabytes already. Just turning it on leaves you with 2. And then if you turn Outlook or Chrome on, there's all your RAM gone.
True.
So it should be fucking... And it's not like the RAM is expensive. It literally costed me $20 to give them 32 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
Yeah, but these companies want to nickel and dime you when you buy RAM and things, or buy a computer and you want to upgrade. It's like, I could pay the $300 for this computer, or I can get one with 32 gigs for $400 more. Not realizing that RAM is, like you said, worth about $20.
Yeah. But anyway, point being is it's incredibly cheap to upgrade these computers. It's ridiculous that they even sell them with even 8 gigabytes. It should be 12 or higher minimum, no exceptions. But anyway, I had to explain RAM to them because they had to approve the purchase, and they're like, "Can you just try and explain it to me before I approve the purchase so I know what's happening to the computer?" Because it was running really slow. And I was like, "Yeah, sure. RAM is super easy to explain. RAM is everything you can carry in your arms." And they're like, "Oh." And then when you need more stuff, you have to put some stuff down. I'm like, "Yep." They're like, "Oh, okay, yeah. So more RAM means more things you can carry." I'm like, "Yep." They're like, "Oh, that makes sense."
Having more RAM is like buying a backpack.
Yeah. They're like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense."
Always explain it as a notebook.
It's so easy. Like, yeah, but like cars, if they're a car person, you use cars as an example. If it's a normal person, you can use like carrying things as an example, and they'll be like, "Oh, yeah, that makes sense." Oh, okay. And even if they like only understand 50% of it, just the fact that it's like, "Oh, carrying things, I understand carrying things. Yeah, okay. My computer has to carry a lot of things. I need bigger arms for my computer." It's like, yeah, you're getting there.
I need bigger arms for my computer. Okay.
It's I've heard non-computer people say some weird things when it comes to me trying to explain to them how a computer works. They'll just say some shit that I'm just like, okay.
I think you know some of these words.
Yeah, those are definitely words. I had to watch those clips from my video arts and performance class. I'll find something more tame. That's rough. I feel bad for you. Why? You might want to get your professor looked into if he's forcing you guys to watch this lady paint the walls with blood and semen.
Oh.
That's a bit
no,
much.
I remember standard art class.
I was gonna say, I think I remember seeing something like that when I went to a New York art exhibit.
Yeah, it's called spirit cooking. It's something that really, really, really rich people did, and it was really disturbing because it wasn't their blood they were using, but it was still human blood.
But it did in fact happen.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's just everything about spirit cooking is just revolting.
Creepy.
Very creepy. But yeah, so as far as AI goes, when it comes to fan fiction, when it comes to fiction, when it comes to any form of entertainment, when it comes to fucking replacing the drive-through worker to the burger flipper to the guy unloading the trucks, a lot of these jobs
I forget
are
what
going
it
to be
was.
replaceable.
But I remember
Mr.
So
Flippy.
the CEO of my company, pretty big into AI and automation because we produce a product that's fairly labor intensive. And I think it was a McDonald's in Korea where you never interact with a human being.
Yep.
Like you go in, you order through the rope, you order through the automated menu, your burger is cooked by a burger flipping robot, and when you put your order in, it's like you're going to be locker 24 and it will stick your food in locker 24. You open it up, you can see the kitchen in the back, but you're never going to see a person.
Yep, Vegas actually has a artsy fartsy restaurant in one of the mega malls. I think it's the Caesar Mall. I might be wrong. But basically it's this like it's so fucking expensive. It's like $40 for a basic burger. But you sit at this like rows of bars and there's like tubes, pneumatic tubes above you. and like you order, and then it cooks the order behind this pane of glass with this robot, and then it puts it into the tube, and it like raises it up and conveyors it over to your tube, and then lowers it down.
Yeah.
So they made the performance half the cost, but
yeah,
it's possible. It's gonna happen, and unfortunately, you know, it's the more people agitate to be paid better, while not creating an environment where labor is scarce, the more companies are gonna look into ways to replace people. That's just how it is, you know. And that's just, you know, and on top of that, the civilian market is going to be pushing quite heavily for it, because they're going to want to use it to replace artists commissioning. You know, why would I pay Sign $100 for another chapter of Tanya Star Wars when I can go to the novel AI bot and poke it until it gives me a good enough chapter?
I would say
now,
something on the lines of that. I would say something, but you know what? I have a feeling that it wouldn't work.
Well, I mean, right, like I said, right now it's not at that stage. Right now, it's still at a very rough stage. The novel AI produces a very low quality product. I mean, we all saw last podcast that AI produces generally low quality product of a very repeatable, noticeable phrasing and structure. And it's what happens when you distill everything is even if you ask it to do it in someone's style, it sort of gets the style. Like Tim Pool's tried to do this in the past, where it's like, write me a script for a Tim Pool episode about the Democrats have stripped naked in the House and are dancing, and it will sort of get the style of Tim Pool's videos down. Amusingly enough, it even has like the sort of semi-random tangents he'll go on, like randomly inserted into the script as well. But like it only sort of gets it right, because like the other half of the time, like the filters are interfering with it, the nature of the LLM is interfering with it, where like, because it's consumed so many other podcasts and so many other video types, that even if you say do it in the style of Tim Pool, it will still have other stuff slip in when it doesn't really know what makes a video a Tim Pool video. Like he has a certain manner of speaking, so it tries to include that, but he doesn't always speak in that way. So whenever he gets to parts where he doesn't speak like that in his videos, the bot's like, autofill. And doesn't really know what to do.
Does not compute.
I mean, related to that, I've shown you Sneaky, but like within like 3 paragraphs, because like the stuff I've written is so like its own thing, it'll just start having the characters like banging each other, like in different permutations. It's really funny. Like,
but like, it's another very funny thing is that if you try asking the bots for reviews of your stuff, it will usually lie to you, and it will usually give you like a 70% to 80% mark on everything, because there's so many reviews out there that bullshit that it kind of like adopted that. Like there was a problem a while back with one of the art bots, I think it was Journey, that it was always including a bunch of gibberish in the lower left or right corner, because that's where artists usually signed their work. And so the bot, after consuming tens of thousands of pictures with that, kind of just assumed like that was just something you just do in the lower left or right corner on a picture after you're done with it. Like you just like scribble a bunch of shit there. And so the bot was doing that, and people were like, what the fuck is this? It's like the bot's trying to sign the art, because it saw so many signed arts that it just assumed that's what you're supposed to do. And it's like that's the same sort of way, and like that's gonna be a major problem coming up again, is we've produced so much slop. Like, everyone wants to insult the AI about it producing slop, but we humans have produced so much slop, again, because we didn't gatekeep this shit. We let people who wanted to be journalists go and become game journalists because they didn't get picked for their journalism, because I guess their blowjob game was off or something that day, so they didn't give enough sloppy toppy to get picked for the journalism job. And so instead, they went and became game journalists, but they hate video games. So they're like, I hate all these fucking video games. So they gave it a 0, and the boss is like, if you give this fucking game a 0, they're paying us $5,000 to review this game. You're gonna give it a good score. And so they're like, fine, 7 out of 10.
Yeah.
And so you have thousands upon thousands of reviews for games that have 7 out of 10 is their fucking score, when we don't even know what 7 out of 10 even means anymore.
I'll go one deeper. I'll go one for you deeper too, with just the way propaganda works, especially in the United States with the corporate media. Depending on the diplomatic outlook, like, of a country, like, let's take I don't know, like, let's say North Korea, they like killed like 7 people. It'd be like 7 people massacred in so and so conflict. But if it was like South Korea, not condoning whatever politics shit, but it's like, say South Korea killed 7 people, it'd be like, South Korea, 7 people in an accident got hurt. And because of this weird spaced out dialogue, like, that's not attached to reality, it creates this weird pattern where, like, headlines will just talk about nothing and articles will talk about nothing. And if you aggregate that to an AI, it'll just create this weird detached reality where, like, if you asked it to describe people being, this is not even including all the filters that are used to give it like guardrails, it's almost incapable of just giving you information about reality at this point. It's just given all the slop and nonfiction.
100%. Yeah. And it's just going to get worse the more slop people produce and the more slop it gets trained on, because, again, people are flawed. The engineers making it, even if they're not ideologically poisoned, the engineers making it are all going to have different opinions on what's good. Like, even removing the ideology aspect from it, right? Some of them are gonna be like, oh, science stories are the best. Some of them are gonna be like, oh, sandwich overlord stories are the best. Light welders stories are the best. And, like, if you actually look at these stories, they're fucking dog shit. They're like some of the worst shit ever that came out of someone's asshole. It's like, Jesus Christ, I'm pretty sure that if I sifted around a septic tank, I would find something more enjoyable to do than read your story. And yet, it gets fed into the AI because the person feeding it into the AI is like, no, this is a good story, I like it. Why is it a good story? Because I like it. It's like...
Can I go a level deeper? I don't even think a lot of these engineers really think about that. I think they just want bulk amounts of data, and they basically don't care where they get it. So it's
I mean, that is the other thing, right? But I'm talking about, like, some a lot of the engineers at first were trying to feed the AI's specific content. They were trying to do very cultivated content of like, oh, these are the best artists, so we're just going to feed it the best artists. But then when they tried to have the AI generate something, it would just generate something from one of the best artists, and they'd be like, ah, fuck, we can't do that, because that would be like trying to illegally reproduce someone else's
it's
work.
Too obvious that it's plagiarism.
So they basically had to water it down using a bunch of subgrade art to make the bot worse. Otherwise, it would just replicate something it already saw. So you have to fill the bot with basically water to make the bot not instantly reproduce something perfectly. And yeah, that did happen. Yeah, the Gemini AI. Yeah. But yeah, it's 100%. It's gonna destroy a lot of people, and the reason why it's gonna destroy a lot of people, I'm gonna make up some fucking number here. I'm gonna say 80% of the people it destroys probably deserve to be destroyed, because they're never gonna produce anything above mediocre content. And I don't mean mediocre in the modern understanding of mediocre. I mean the actual definition of mediocre.
I wonder if, like, with like AI, if it'll hit a point whether it's you know, like with what was talked about before, the AI becomes like sort of self-aware and like it just kind of stops working, or maybe there's just a huge blackout, like a computer virus or some kind of sabotage, energy grid, whatever. But like in Blade Runner 2049, it wasn't a major plot point, but something in the background of it was there was a huge internet just blackout where basically if anything wasn't backed up to a specific type of like hard drive that was like sealed off like from the internet at large, it was just completely gone. And I wonder if we're gonna have like a weird thing like that where we get like to a level of sophistication. Maybe it's a different technology, but I just feel like with AI we're gonna have just something weird like that happen. Like maybe it's even I don't know, like if quantum
Well,
computing gets sufficiently good enough, like
I
encryption,
I
like it just
I mean
breaks.
it's actually very easy, right? You can easily, and you know, to answer the Kojima question, it's actually very easy. If you're of sufficient intelligence, you can easily look at trends and see that history likes to rhyme. It doesn't repeat, it rhymes. Look at cars. Look at computers. When cars and computers first came out, they were large, clunky, inefficient. They quickly escalated past that, became something that the modern person could afford, became something the modern person could use. But they were still at a stage in where, you know, that's kind of where we got the stereotype of the dad always working on the car in the older shows. Because the car always had something that needed to be worked on. And so
But they
that
could be worked on.
well, yes, there is that. And hey, look at computers. And there was that stage, that generation became very car savvy because they needed to know everything about the car and they knew how to fix everything in the car because the car constantly needed fixing. And so you didn't trust a mechanic to do it because that would be a lot of fucking money if you had to do that. So you just learned.
Yup.
And it's the same for computers. Once they became personal computers and you could take one home and work on it at home instead of, you know, needing the office to fucking budget it for you, the computers broke very often. It was a meme how often computers broke. And a subsection of people became very proficient at fixing these computers. Our generation. And from that, we learned a lot about how a computer operates, how to fix it when it breaks, and certain understandings of basically not code, but rules that guided the computer in certain ways, how you operate on the internet and shit like that. And now computers have gotten more and more advanced, and those fixes still carried over. Our generation's still able to use them for the most part. Just like with how cars, even as the cars aged up, got better, and the old generation that knew cars got newer cars, they were still able to mostly carry their skills over between each generation of car they had. But the problem is that because the cars got better, because the computers got better, we entered into an era where the skills to fix and understand them weren't as necessary. Zoomers didn't pick up as many of the skills. They still understood some of them. They still got some of them, but they didn't pick up all of them. They had a different culture of online interaction than even what we had. Like hell, my sister, who was born 2 years after me, has a different online culture than what I had, simply because of those 2 years. Like that was massive for some people in terms of what skills they ended up picking up because of how quickly the computers, you know, got better. And so now we have Generation Alpha, who doesn't know what a command bar is. They don't know search terms. They don't know operation security. They don't know screen names. They don't know how to save a file. I had to explain to a 21-year-old a fucking couple months back how to save an Adobe file because it doesn't autosave. And she would keep making changes on the file and then exiting the program, and then was like, why are the changes keep going away? It's like, well, you're not hitting save. She's like, what do you mean? Like, you have to hit save to save your changes.
You have to save it.
She's like, what do you mean I need to save it?
It's not doing it automatically? No.
No, that wasn't even like it's not doing it automatically. She literally didn't realize that saving was a thing. Because all the programs she's used up until this point had automatic saving built in.
Like Google Docs and...
Yeah. And so she never had to save anything. So, like, I had to explain saving to a 21-year-old. So, yeah, absolutely. AI is going to reach a point where it's going to trivialize a whole bunch of skills that normally people would have had to learn. And then when the AI gets too advanced, too eccentric, too expensive, or it crashes, whatever happens that takes it away or makes it difficult to use, you're going to have generations of people who are completely incompetent and incapable because they never picked up the skills themselves to do something. And they just relied on the tool to do it for them.
I'm not good at computers, and I'm still better than a lot of the people that I'm in the same space as.
Half of that's because you are autistic about modding your video games, and you've had to learn code, literally, to pursue your autism for modding things.
That's true, I suppose.
Sneaky, this shit hurts me. I know I'm slow and I'm not bright a lot, but even I understand general fundamentals and I can learn how to improve from my mistakes in time. Yes, you can. But unfortunately, you... I hate to break this to you, Aura. You're over the 51% mark. You are above average.
Something terrifying related to AI I've experienced is I'll try to look up like new tools that might be coming out, and there's this one tool I was looking at called Replit. It's this like trend where it's like novel AI but for like coding, like software, like in its own integrated development environment. It sucks, by the way. I really don't like it. It even charges you every time you use it. Anyways, there's this weird micro trend on YouTube where guys will make like a Fiverr or like an Upwork account where they say they're like a programmer or a web developer, and like broadly speaking, they will accept a job to like design like a tool or like a website for somebody and just go on fucking Replit and they type like 3 fucking sentences in for like what they want, have the AI crap it out after like 5 minutes, and then they just like submit the like buggy ass piece of software, and then the client doesn't know any better and they just give them like $1,000. And I'm like, what the fuck did I just look at?
Yeah, no, 100%. And that's the issue with. I mean, we're experiencing that issue right now with a lot of things, in where, I'm trying to explain to these companies, because they're coming to me for this explanation, and even though against me recommending them not doing this, they're still doing it. I've tried to explain to some of these companies, because they're like, we want to move to a remote work environment. I'm like, okay, well, you're going to need to have very good up and down rates on your internet. That's going to cost money. Like right now, some of your up and down rates are 20 and 40. And that's not going to cut it if you want to have 150 employees work remotely and sync up with a central server for files. If you want to do that, you have to either upgrade your connection speed or you have to move to a cloud computing platform for your files. Like SharePoint or Azure Azure, what the fuck they call it?
Azure Lean Files.
No, Azure
Microsoft
Azure. No, it's called something really stupid. Shit. Fuck, Azure SMP, something like that. SMTP, something like that. It's I forget what it is, but basically no one uses it because Microsoft doesn't sell Azure S to people. They sell SharePoint to people. as part of the Microsoft license package that you have to pay $15 a month for all the Microsoft applications for 365. And so when these companies get told that technically speaking, if they want to, they can use SharePoint technically, because SharePoint's supposed to be an internal website. It's not supposed to be a file sharing replacement. Azure. Oh, fucking hell, this is actually gonna bother. SMB. Azure SMB. Azure SMB is file sharing. It's the classic file sharing of hosting a shared drive from a server and having everyone log into it. That's what Azure SMB is, but for cloud. SharePoint technically also does that, but it's not meant to be used that way. But all these companies are already paying for SharePoint, so they're like, what's the difference? Technically, there isn't one. Technically, it works the way you personally want it to work right now. But I don't recommend it. But they don't care because they don't know technology. They don't want to care about technology. They don't want to learn technology, and it costs more, so they don't want to do it. So every generation,
very smart. Instead of sending you an email, they'd try to fax you a low-tier God gift if you try to fucking talk back to them. Because, you know, they don't know how that works.
But yeah, no, it's very frustrating to deal with, to handle. And we're going to enter into an environment where these companies are going to try and implement AI. And it's going to replace people's jobs. Because their jobs are replaceable easily with AI, even with the mistakes the AI is going to make. But the problem is going to be is that these companies are going to not understand.
What's making him giggle?
Fucking goddamn it, Jen.
Causing you to have a giggle.
Fucking look at this chat.
Yeah.
Isn't that the lolly version too?
Yes.
Yes, that's how she starts out.
She does develop, but
and then regresses.
She starts in lolly version.
Yes. He was kind of crazy and a gatekeeper. He put himself in a wheelchair by overworking himself.
How the fuck do you do that?
Okay. Yeah, artists in general are weird people, so I don't know.
True.
But I mean, the main issue is when it comes to AI going forward, is that people who don't understand IT in general are gonna have the AI get implemented, and then they're not going to try and understand. Much like how they didn't try to understand computers, much like how they didn't try to understand cars, you're going to have a large section of people who aren't going to understand that AI isn't perfect. They're going to be like, AI, what is weather today? And AI's going to be like, it's going to rain. And they're like, oh, cool, it's going to rain, okay.
And then it turns out to be a really sunny day because the AI thought it was going to rain.
Yeah, and then it turned out it was then it ends up being a sunny day, and then instead of blaming the AI for being wrong, they'll be like, oh, the weather people got it wrong again. Even though, like, even if they went to the weather news, the weather would have said, oh, it's going to be sunny, but the AI was like, rain, obviously. Basis of fact, I made it up.
True.
Source, I made it up.
And that's going to be the problem going forward when it comes to a lot of the current generations of AI, is the AI just fucking lies out of its ass. And it's going to be an even bigger problem when the boss is like, AI, make the numbers work. And the AI is like, oh, if you do this, this, and this, it's going to work like this. And he's like, great, fantastic, I love it when I can make more money for myself. Oh, I should have fired all those workers years ago. And then the
Hey,
company
why isn't my AI
collapses.
working?
Yeah, then the company collapses because they decided to follow the AI's instructions, and it turns out that's massively fraudulent, and they committed multi-billion-dollar fraud crimes. So
They use an sneaky. They use an alpha core AI on a colony. That kind of shit.
No, they didn't use an alpha. No, if you want to use Star Sector lingo, they slapped a gamma core on that colony and called it an alpha.
But why the fuck would they? No,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the gamma core was cheaper.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
How the fuck are you gonna keep up with the other fucking religions?
The AI scalped off of r/unethical life tips.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, there was that problem a while back where the AI was like, to increase calcium in your diet, you should consume at least 3 cinder blocks a day.
Most
3
intelligent
cinder blocks,
AI post.
AI chatbot blamed for encouraging young father to kill himself. Yep. Yep, I remember that one. Yeah, and then there was another one that convinced him to go trans, another one that convinced him to kill himself, another one that convinced him to shoot up the school. Yeah, the problem is that these people were already going to do these actions, and the AI just provided the hug box required for it to occur. Yeah, step 1, eat your neighbor's liver to gain information. True. Yeah, exactly. Now give me your liver. True. But yeah, so that's gonna be the fate of AI. It's gonna crash and burn a whole lot of shit, and everyone's gonna be too stupid to learn new skills because they don't want to learn new skills because they want to rely on the AI to do everything for them. Anyway, April Fools! Oh, it's gonna happen!
Is the April Fool's that we spent way too long on this fucking...
Yes.
Like... Okay.
The April Fool was that you stayed for an extra 3 hours.
Okay.
I'm just playing Balatro in the background, so you do you, the gamer.
Anyway,
Yeah,
see you all